I serve as chair of this committee. The committee will take up the bills in the order posted on the agenda. Our hearing today is your public part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your position on the proposed legislation before us today. Committee members might come and go during the hearing. This is just part of the process as we have bills to introduce in other committees. I ask that you abide by the following procedures to better facilitate today's proceedings. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Please move to the reserved chairs when you are ready to testify. These are the first two chairs on either side of the front row. Introducers will make initial statements, followed by proponents, opponents, and neutral testimony. Closing remarks are reserved for the introducing senators only. If you're planning to testify, please pick up a green sign-in sheet that is on the table at the back of the room. Please fill out the green sign-in sheet before you testify. Please print, and it is important to complete the form in its entirety. When it is your turn to testify, give the sign-in sheet to the page or to the committee clerk. This will help us make a more accurate public record. If you do not wish to testify before us today, but would like to record your name as being present in the hearing, there are a separate white sheet on the table that you can sign for that purpose. This will be part of the official record of the hearing. If you have handouts, please make sure you have 12 copies and give them to the page when you come up to testify, and they will distribute those to the committee. If you do not have enough copies, a page will make sufficient copies for you. When you come up to testify, please speak clearly into the microphone. Tell us your name and please spell your first and last name to ensure that we get an accurate record. We will be using the light system today. How many are testifying on LB 740? Okay. We'll continue with 5 minutes for that. You will have 5 minutes to make your initial remarks to the committee. When you see the yellow light come on, that means your 1 minute remains, and the red light indicates your time has ended. Questions from the committee may follow. No displays of support or opposition to a bill, vocal or otherwise, are allowed at the public hearing. Committee members with us today will introduce themselves starting on my left.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane Raybold. I'm from Legislative District 28, which is in the center or the heart of Lincoln.
Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I am Jana Hughes, District 24, which is Seward, York, Polk, and a little bit of Butler County.
Tom Rohr, District 43, which is 11 counties of western Nebraska.
Teresa Ibod, District 44, which is 8 counties in southwest Nebraska.
And Senator Ibach is the vice chair of this committee. To my far right.
Senator Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
Murph Reapy, District 12, which is southwest Omaha, and the good folks of Ralston.
Ben Hansen, District 16, Washington, Burt, Cumming, and parts of Stanton County.
To my right is committee research analyst Rick Leonard, and to my far left is the committee clerk Andrew Ojeda. Our pages for the committee today are Landon Sunday from Omaha. He's studying history and political science at the University of Nebraska. And Amelia Stoner from Juniata, Nebraska, also studying political science at UNL. All right, we will begin with LB 740. Welcome, Senator Vargas.
Chairman Halloran, members of the Ag Committee, thank you for having me. My name is Tony Vargas, T-O-N-Y-V-A-R-G-A-S. I have some handouts to give to you. One is an amendment language and one's a one-pager. And for the record, I represent District 7 in the communities of downtown and South Omaha. I am here to introduce LB 740, inspection processes for food trucks here in Nebraska. I've also passed out Amendment 238, which is a white copy amendment to LB 740 with a bit of cleanup language that was needed after the drafting deadline. This is the copy that we've been working with a lot of the stakeholders, specific to restaurant associations, hospitality, municipalities, and cities. This is the one that we are really working off of. Now, Nebraska has been recognized by food writers and world-renowned chefs as an unexpected home to a burgeoning, creative, delicious food scene. Now, we have some of the best restaurants and chefs in the region and the country right here, and our food businesses are well supported and successful. Now, my district is home to some of the state's most successful restaurants, breweries, distilleries, and food trucks. Several years ago, I was approached by food truck owners about the complications that they face while trying to operate their businesses, which was the impetus for this legislation. Now, these issues arise from our current regulatory framework, which is a patchwork of regulations from counties, municipalities, and state governments that can make it more difficult and more costly for food truck owners to navigate and comply with, which is why we brought LB 740, which is a significant step in the right direction towards finding solutions that maintains health and safety, respects local control, and recognizes the rights of others in the food industry. Now, right now, local municipalities and our state government have placed a patchwork of regulations on food trucks. This makes it difficult and costly for these entrepreneurs to navigate and become profitable. Now, the same food truck owners and operators often operate in multiple cities. So these differences greatly impact their ability to conduct the business and remain profitable. Now, for example, a permit to operate in Lincoln or Bellevue can be hundreds of dollars more expensive than it would be in Omaha. The cost to operate, coupled with having to chase down the different permitting rules and costs, easily can become a hurdle for these small business owners. Now, currently, there's about 620 different versions of regulations that are applicable to a food truck operator in the state of Nebraska. That's 620. My office has been reaching out to food truck owners that we have worked with on this legislation in the past. And it saddens me to say that the overwhelming majority of them have halted their operations due to this exact regulations. That deeply saddens me that small businesses are no longer in operation since the beginning of when we first started having conversations about creating some efficiencies for food truck owners. We should be doing all that we can as legislators to support these small business owners. Now, in today's hearing, we hope to discuss the overarching goals that we want to accomplish with this legislation and to hear more from stakeholders about the reforms to our current regulatory framework that should be adopted in the interest of supporting small businesses, this growing sector of our economy and consumer choice. I do want to thank all the individuals that have been working on this legislation with me for years. As I mentioned, some of them you'll hear testifiers or receive letters from some of them. This has been done in collaboration with many different partners, and I just really appreciate them. And what you'll hear is from small business owners themselves today. At the very high level, what we're pushing forward in this legislation, which is different than past legislation, is creating the ability for interlocal agreements to exist between different municipalities or public health departments, while also creating a food truck registry that would provide streamlined services in terms of the information for the regulations that people have to go through when they are trying to navigate creating this business and growing it across the state. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions. We appreciate you very, very much, and I thank the committee.
Thank you, Senator Vargas, for your opening statement. Any questions from the committee? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Senator Vargas, let's see if we can put this into common person terms. So you have one of these trucks and you live in Omaha.
I don't have a truck.
No, I'm just
I would love to have a
trying to
truck.
make an
That
example.
sounds great.
So we can
A
understand.
burrito truck would be fantastic.
Trying to understand exactly what we're trying to do here. So this truck, in order for you to have a business that happens to just have four wheels and moves, the rules are much different than having a restaurant. Just a little more about why this is such a challenge for them and why we need to fix it.
I think, well, two things. One, you bring up a great question, and I think it will do more justice to answering a question when you hear from different food truck owners across the state, both in urban, in suburban, and in rural Nebraska, because their stories will sort of lend light on what the problems are. For the purposes of this bill, giving the ability for like a public health department, in particular, to create these interlocal agreements is giving the authority and the statutory ability to do this, which will help streamline some of the different ordinances and the things that are expected of food truck owners. And if a food truck owner right now is looking to operate in a municipality, they got to go straight to that municipality. They got to ask and go through. Doesn't matter how small or large that municipality is. They have to go through and figure out what it takes to operate in that community. And what we're hoping to achieve through this food truck sort of registry is a one-stop shop at the state level where you can find out all the ordinances and everything that you have to navigate as a food truck owner to operate across the state, no matter what city of a first or second class. That will be incredibly helpful, and that will help these food truck owners.
That's a very good job explaining it. Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Vargas.
Appreciate you. I'll be sticking around.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll look for proponents of LB 740.
Good afternoon, Chair Halloran and members of the committee. My name is John Hladik. That's John Hladik, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Center for Rural Affairs, the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association, and the Nebraska Hospitality Association. We have 3 programs at the center, and lending services is by far our largest. Our staff there provide financing, training, and consulting to aspiring business owners that can't get a loan from a bank. They also help interpret the rules and regulations that govern those businesses. After years of working with food trucks, we kept seeing the same issues pop up time and time again. There are mixed messages from regulators, there are unexpected costs for specialty equipment, and there are surprise ordinances. And these all lead back to the same root cause, which is regulatory overlap. And Senator Brewer, because I found out I have 2 extra minutes, I'd like to address your question right off the top. I think the main challenge is we regulate food trucks in the same way as we do restaurants, which is great from a health and safety perspective because they need to be on the same standard. That's very, very important. But food trucks are mobile, and our food code has not been modernized to reflect that. And so this is about how do we modernize Nebraska state statute for basically the first time since 1997 to account for the fact that this is a growing industry that has its own special needs. A lot of other states around us and states on other parts of the country have modernized their code for this exact same reason. And so a lot of what we're talking about today is just bringing us back up to speed. The senator mentioned there are more than 620 different combinations of regulations that a food truck operator can be subject to in the state. And so our challenge here is to find one that maintains health and safety, that respects local control, and that recognizes and appreciates the investment and hard work of others in the food industry. I want to jump into the bill itself, starting with Section 5. This is to help establish reciprocity agreements between the state's 3 autonomous county health departments. This is an issue that's been brought to us several times by different food trucks. A food truck operator needs a lot of permits to operate, but that first and most important is called the annual permit. Douglas, Hall, and Lancaster can issue an annual permit, and the Department of Agriculture covers the other 90 counties. Those 4 authorities have much different sets of rules and regulations, and they'll charge anywhere from $122 to $615 for the right to operate within that territory. But because there's no reciprocity, an operator must start that process all over again anytime he or she wants to cross those district lines. Douglas, Hall, and Lancaster have higher health and safety standards and a tremendous record, and they're very proud of it. And they've agreed that having a shared high standard would be a big positive for their districts and for the state. And that would certainly help the operators within those counties because then they'd be able to go in between. I think this would also help those in greater Nebraska as well, because if you're in one of the other 90 counties and you want to go to a county with high population, a population center, and work, the right to work there, then you're going to know that one standard that you need to meet. Section 6 addresses the next biggest concern that we come across, which is confusion and uncertainty around local ordinances. And so we know each of the state's 529 municipalities have freedom to establish their own requirements, and a lot of them do. These often come with a permit requirement, and those can cost an additional $500 a piece. So an operator interested in serving an event in another city needs to spend a lot of time finding out what those rules and regulations are. Sometimes that's playing phone tag with a part-time city clerk. Sometimes it's online. Either way, it's going to cost you a lot of time and money. And so we think a simple website serving as a one-stop shop can save everybody, including state employees and those city clerks, a lot of time by putting the information there up front. And certainly the food trucks, there are stories of them going to a community thinking they followed all the rules and being rejected just to have to turn around. We want to prevent that with a simple registry. And by focusing only on cities of the first and second class, minimizing the information required, including an opt-out if it's a town that just doesn't have an ordinance, and asking the department to issue the request, this section gets the job done without overburdening our smaller communities. Finally, Section 7 simply asks the department to establish a pre-opening checklist for food truck operators. Right now, they use a pre-opening checklist that's meant for brick and mortar restaurants. The department covers 15 inspection zones, and they employ a lot of different inspectors. Some of them interpret this document a little bit differently. Lincoln and Omaha have a pre-opening checklist just for food trucks, and it's worked really well, and we'd love to see the state do the same. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Less than a limited time. I appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? Mr. Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So it sounds like we're putting more requirements on food trucks, but also getting rid of some requirements on food trucks. Is that probably accurate?
Yeah, it's a real puzzle. We're trying to streamline is what we're trying to do. So to get everybody on the same page, so there's going to be a requirement there and they want to know what it is, and that's what we're shooting for.
That's what it seems like. It seems like we're trying to create this reciprocity, like evenly among all the counties, make it easier.
Exactly.
But also putting a little higher standards on some things to some extent as well.
That's right. I think Hall and Douglas and Lancaster, when you hear from them in a minute, they have such a great record, and they don't want to take themselves down to the different standards that the state of Nebraska has. And I think for the state of Nebraska, it'd be really hard for them to get up to those 3 counties. And so this is a way about threading that needle the best you can.
Yeah, I think it's a good way of putting it. We don't also want to like supersede too much local control.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, but also making sure we're doing our due diligence.
That's right.
Do you know, even if you don't, maybe somebody behind you might, is there a big difference between Douglas, Hall, Lancaster County and the other counties when it comes to like reporting complaints or food poisoning, or do you know if there's any difference between those 3 counties and all the other counties in the state?
Well, I've really enjoyed my relationship with the public health department so far, and I would not like to jeopardize that. So I will allow them to answer that
Oh,
question.
darn it. Okay. I was trying.
Thank you very much.
It's only because I know you personally. I was trying to catch you.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. That was a very smooth answer. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Iba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are these similar to what other states do in the Midwest? I'm not talking about coastal cities, but are these similar to what occurs in other states?
Yeah, what we're not seeing a lot of it in the Midwest. Arizona, Utah, and Georgia are the 3 states that have done just a tremendous job. So not quite the Midwest, but not quite the coast. And what they've done is they've understood the challenges of all of those different regulations. And for some other states, they've done a statewide permit, and talking to the stakeholders, that's something we're just not ready for. They've done statewide health standards, but talking to the stakeholders, that's something we're just not ready for. So we see this kind of the best of both worlds. How can we take steps to really move this forward, but also make sure we're modernizing this way we can welcome this industry, which is truly having a great impact in our communities, as I know you know too.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Chairman.
Senator Iba. Any further questions from the committee? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. So with Senator Iba's question, that then led me to just listening. It seems like it would be easier just to have a statewide standard. Why are we not ready for that?
Well, I think it would be very difficult, and I don't want to speak on anybody's behalf, but as I understand it, Lincoln, Lancaster County, and Douglas County and Hall, they're nationally recognized for their pristine health standards, and they're extraordinarily proud of that. And it would be difficult, I think, for the Department of Agriculture to have the staff necessary and the resources necessary to bring the whole state up to that.
That answers.
But it's a perfect question. I really believe though, if you're in outstate Nebraska, and I'm in Burke County, if I want to serve the College World Series or the State Fair or a Nebraska football game, having one set of standards that I need to prepare for that's going to be the same in all 3 is going to be really big for me. And so I think slowly you do bring the rest of the state along, just because there's more interest in serving those more populous counties.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hughes. Any additional questions? So there was thank you, sir, I appreciate your testimony. There was a late influx of guests here. I'm going to ask for a show of hands again to see if there was more testifiers than initially raised their hands. Who will testify on 740? Okay. This may seem extremely unfair, and it probably is. I started off at 5 minutes, but I'm changing it to 4. Discretion of the chair. Okay. All right. All right, next proponent. And I might add, as you are well aware, that questions from the committee can possibly extend your time anyway, so. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and happy Valentine's Day. Gotta say it. I'm Teresa Anderson, Teresa Anderson, Anderson. Today I represent Friends of Public Health, which includes 18 local health departments. I serve as the health director for Central District Health Department, which covers Hall, Hamilton, and Merritt counties. And last December, I testified at the LR 328 study session on changes in the Nebraska Food Code related to food trucks. Now I'm here to testify in support of LB 740. I am pleased to report that local health directors have been in communication with the Center for Rural Affairs and the Department of Ag on this bill. We are grateful for their collaboration and willingness to engage with us to assure the maximum level of food safety while still promoting entrepreneurship. Currently, the 3 health departments contract with Department of Ag to permit food establishments, conduct food inspections, provide technical assistance to operators, respond to complaints, and investigate reports of foodborne illness in their respective jurisdictions. We assure that the foods and beverages bought and consumed by the public carry the lowest risk of causing illness. In our role, we regularly inspect food trucks, and we go one step further, working with potential food truck vendors as they design the food truck setup to assure they understand applicable food safety regulations. We sincerely want food trucks, as well as all food establishments, to be successful in serving food to their customers. As you know, the work of food inspectors in Nebraska is guided by the FDA and by the Nebraska Food Codes. Standards universally applied regardless of facility type include having a hand washing sink, hot and cold running water, sinks for washing and rinsing and sanitizing food utensils, and the ability to hold and store food at safe temperatures. This past year, Central District has permitted somewhere between 80 and 90 mobile food units. Some of these operate year-round and some of them are seasonal. There's only one permit fee regardless of where the food truck sets up or how many times it relocates. But there are maybe several inspections to assure that safety codes are being met with no additional cost to the vendor. Each time a food truck moves across a jurisdictional boundary, or even when it relocates within a jurisdiction, food inspectors determine whether an additional inspection is needed. In discussion with our peers at Lincoln, Lancaster, and with Douglas County, as well as with the Department of Ag, we believe that food safety standards are being applied evenly across the state. We appreciate that LB 740 recognizes the importance of inspections to ensure food safety. LB 740 addresses the issue of permit reciprocity among the 3 local health jurisdictions with Department of Ag contracts. LB 740 will allow the 3 health jurisdictions to accept the permit issued by the other jurisdictions. In discussion with our peers at Lincoln, Lancaster, and Douglas County, we are confident that when they issue a permit for a food truck or trailer, it will meet the physical requirements of the food code. The 3 health departments support the concept of operating permit reciprocity. Food trucks and trailers are somewhat unique in their ability to ensure safe food. It's directly impacted by the weather. When temperatures drop below freezing for days, water pipes in food trucks can freeze. Our inspectors make visits to ensure food trucks have running water essential to operating. Summer heat also causes issue. As the temperature rises, it's hard to maintain food temperatures to prevent bacterial growth. Our goal is to make sure the food you eat will not make you sick. The passage of 740 ensures that our health departments and the Department of Ag will continue to work collaboratively on standardizing food permits and inspections for food trucks. Thank you for your time today. I'll try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. 4 minutes was just perfect. Any questions from the committee? Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, can I ask you that question? What's the difference between Douglas Hall and was it Lancaster counties? I know they have higher standards, but have you noticed a lot of difference in complaints or issues of foodborne illness in those 3 compared to everybody else?
I don't know the answer to that, but I know that all 3 of us use the FDA and the department regulations from Nebraska for our inspections. So the standards are not that different. I think there may be a little bit of variance. For instance, Lincoln, Lancaster, to my understanding, has all food truck vendors to undergo the safety training. The the food safety training. We don't necessarily do that in Hall County. I know that Omaha has, or Douglas County has a regulation that requires them to go back to a commissary every night. We don't do that, and to my understanding, Lincoln Lancaster doesn't. But regardless of those few little differences, we all apply the food code in a standardized way, and we're actually standardized by the Department of Ag, where they send someone out to ride with our inspectors, so that that standardization and application of the food code is applied consistently.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you
And
very
happy-
much.
Happy Valentine's. Next proponent, LB 740. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran, members of Ag Committee, Nicole Fox, NICOLEFOX, Government Affairs for the Platt Institute. Thank you for the opportunity today to discuss lessening regulatory burdens imposed on food trucks. The Platt Institute has been interested in food truck proposals brought before this committee in both 2019 and 2021, as well as this past fall's interim hearing. Because food trucks are good for the economy, it's important that the state's regulatory framework does not hinder the opportunities that this business model provides. Food trucks provide aspiring entrepreneurs a lower cost alternative to a more traditional brick and mortar restaurant while offering consumers more choices, not just in urban areas, but also in rural communities. Many restaurants are currently struggling to find workers. Some are trying to survive by limiting their days or hours of service, but unfortunately, some have been forced to close their doors. Food trucks allow one to be able to own and operate a business, yet not have to deal with the struggle of a workforce shortage. On the other hand, despite the workforce shortage, some food trucks were so profitable over the course of the pandemic that they have opened brick and mortar restaurants. Additionally, noting the popularity of food trucks, some restaurant owners have added a food truck to their business model instead of opening another brick and mortar to reach more customers. Food trucks have been shown to provide complementary business partnerships. In Nebraska, many partner with local bars, local craft brewers, and farm wineries. These businesses have patrons that want dining options, and partnering with a food truck helps them serve their patrons without having to invest in and establish their own full-size food service operation. The presence of food trucks may draw new customers to their business. The presence of food trucks increases foot traffic in the areas they serve. Consumers purchasing food from food trucks often check out nearby businesses or may notice a restaurant in the area and decide to come back and dine there the next time they are in the area. In some parts of the country, food trucks have helped to revitalize dying communities and neighborhoods. In thriving cities and towns, the variety and creative spirit brought about by food trucks leads to the opening of new restaurants. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation 2018 Food Truck Nation study, starting and maintaining a food truck for 1 year required an entrepreneur to complete 45 separate mandated procedures over the course of 37 business days and spend over $28,000 on permits, licenses, and legal compliance. These costs are significant and have likely risen since the study was released. A significant amount of time is required to research permitting requirements in different jurisdictions and limits as to when and where food trucks may operate. In some communities, there is time involved to go through a background check. Widely varying health and safety standards can incur significant costs, such as hoods. For new entrepreneurs, these businesses can be extremely overwhelming and possibly deter them from starting a business. Both large and small business owners agree that an element of predictability and certainty is important. In some Nebraska communities, particularly smaller ones, the fees associated with being able to operate are not worth the return on investment. The Platt Institute has been an advocate of creating a path for permitting, inspections, and operations where food trucks can operate freely across all jurisdictions in Nebraska and not have to navigate the complexity of widely varying local regulations. LB 740 is a step in the right direction. And both to your comments, Senator Ibaugh and Senator Hughes, Platt does support some of the models that have passed in states like Arizona, Georgia, and Utah. So while some costs associated with operating a food truck are lower than those of a brick and mortar business, the time and costs associated with navigating the health and safety requirements and inspections often create high barriers to entry that can put the brakes on a new food truck adventure. So we thank the work of the Senator for Rural Affairs, Senator Aguilar this summer, as well as Senator Vargas for his many years trying to work on making food truck burdens less so in our state. And with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fox, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Hanson?
Thank you, Chairman. We only have 2 bills today, so I figured I have plenty of time for questions. Can you address cities and their regulations? Does this address cities? Don't each cities have their regulations on food trucks?
So as I understand what this bill does, well, it'll create a registry so that because what a lot of food truck operators are finding is that they're spending a lot of time trying to find out what the rules are. And so the goal is to try and centralize, to create a location, like a one-stop shop for when they're doing that research. I don't know if that answers your question, but the rules vary widely across the state.
So this will create reciprocity within cities as well, or won't?
No.
Okay, that's yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hanson. Further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Next proponent, LB 740. And don't be bashful if you're going to testify. Move on up to the front seats here, from the front row. It would be helpful. Good afternoon.
How you doing today?
Good, and you?
Good, excellent. My name is Patrick McClure. I own Sprocket's Famous Freedom Dogs out of Ord, Nebraska. I am in support of this bill for the obvious reasons. But I come here today a little bit more leaning towards the overall outcome of where this bill might want to go in the future. As I said, I live in Ord, Nebraska. I have a commissary unit in Ord. Let's go back a minute. I've been in business 10 years. During COVID, I was forced to travel throughout the state to make a living through the COVID. During that time, I learned a lot about cities, regulations, fees, who to call, where to go, where not to go. And I learned that all the towns in which charged fees were not the towns to be going to. That I never made my fee justifiably made it back in profits. So like I said, I live in Ord, can't even serve in my own town because they want to charge me and limit me. And I have a commissary there. They tell me it's because I don't pay property tax, but I have a commissary. I can go to Kansas up to 6 visits on my Nebraska license, but I can't even go into Hall, Lancaster, or Douglas County on my Nebraska license, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Anyway, I travel the state. I state claim to Nebraska's #1 wiener. Wieners never quit is my motto. But in order to get around the state, I have to call ahead and avoid the fees, avoid the towns that have the fees, because it's just not worth it for me to go there. Yeah, like I said, food trucks and fees are a hard deal. I'm a one-man show. By the time I drive to where I'm going and drive home, I got to consider all my costs. And sometimes I've gone into towns or called towns that want to charge me $200-300 to go do their event. Well, that puts $1,000 investment out of my pocket before I've even gotten to town and back home. So I just got to avoid those places. It's not right to the community that I'm invited to. It's not right to those community members. Those towns are telling me that I'm not welcome. And those towns are also telling their community that it's okay to go spend their money somewhere else, to go find something else, new attractions, new food, new taste. A town like Ord, people go to Grand Island and they go there to go grocery shopping, but they also go there to go out to eat and do all those other things, where if things were coming to their town, they might not leave town as often to go spend their money somewhere else. So every business, Ace Hardware, the local grocery stores, everybody takes a hit when a food truck isn't allowed to come to town. With that being said, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McClure, and your evidence that wieners never quit. Other questions from the committee? Senator Ivo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. We met in Juanita last summer.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I remember you and I remember you. Yeah.
And we had the same discussion.
Yeah.
How many days of the year do you operate?
Average 6 to 7 months. During COVID, or prior to COVID, I closed in December And the weather treated me well. I was able to open back up in February. In March, the restrictions started and I had to find my way around the restrictions, but I made it through the year. Last year, I closed in late November and I was canceling events in May and April because of the weather. So you just never know what you're going to get until it gets here. But I would say 6 to 7 months is all I operate.
And would this legislation allow you to operate more days or just in different?
In my
places?
scenario with a hot dog cart, I'm open to the elements, so Mother Nature has a huge bearing on me. But this bill will allow me, like, for instance, I did not pay Hall County fees for 3 years in a row. Even though I started my business there, they kept raising their fees. And the last year I had paid it, which would have been about 4 years ago, it was $135. The next year they raised it to $185. I looked at my records and I had only sold 185 hot dogs in the Hall County that previous year. So it wasn't justifiable for me to pay $185 for 185 more hot dogs. And, you know, and not to mention that's on like 3 different visits. So I've got the gas, I've got all the extras. So I didn't go. This last year, I had 3 events call me requesting my services. So I decided to take the gamble on the Hall County fees. It paid off for me this last year. So this coming year, I've maintained at least 2, if not 3 of those events. So I'm going to do it all over again. But that's still, I had to pay an extra $40 on my commissary permit just to come into Lincoln and cater an event that was here in Lincoln this last fall. I assume that I will continue that extra $40 on my commissary permit so that I could perhaps do that same event again. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McClure.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Next proponent, LB 740. Welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Senator Halloran. I'm a food truck owner in Omaha, Nebraska, and Kevin Wyatt, Kevin Wyatt. I want to thank Senator Vargas for his continued push to help our folks out. I don't have prepared remarks, but I'd like to maybe try to redefine a little bit about what we run into. So this bill will create, as best I can tell, a one-stop shop was what do they keep saying. So a place for us to all go and look and see what Mr. Wiener's never quit is having to find on his own, but we would be able to find out whether or not we would want to go to a specific place based on what it would cost us to be there. And it would unify the food inspection system amongst the state, which would be helpful. We get inspected on a fairly regular basis. When we have relatively large events where there's multiple food trucks there, a food inspector will show up and inspect our trucks. So it's not like we just get inspected once a year by Douglas County, which we do, but we also get inspected if we go to Sarpy County or another place, if it's a large event. Frequently, if it's just a one-off where we're at a specific business, that doesn't happen. What this doesn't do is it doesn't give us the ability that electricians or plumbers or carpenters have, which is going to another part of the state and not having to pay to do their job there. And this does those. I'm not sure why localities feel like they need to charge the amount that they need to charge. I think they think we make a lot more money than we do. We don't. We're operating like a restaurant is. If we got 10% left over, we're thrilled. If you're going to charge me $100 to be there, and I'm going to make less than 1,000, what's the point? And that seems to be the next phase of what I would love to see you folks address. This is a start. This is a great start. This gives us some place to go. But as it is now, I don't come to Lincoln because it's too expensive for me to come to Lincoln. And unless I have 4 or 5 events in Lincoln, I can't go. So it stifles competition. It stifles bringing unique products that all of us think we prepare to a different place because sometimes it's just too expensive to go to that place. That's all I got. I appreciate your time. If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Questions from the committee? Question or answer?
Thank you.
You're prolific today.
Yeah, I know. I'm curious about food trucks and I'm hungry.
Okay.
So just out of curiosity's sake, do food trucks pay like restaurant taxes at all?
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's
In Omaha, we pay the restaurant tax. That's been going for 3 years, 4 years. We were added on.
I was curious about the question that you asked, the justification of why they charge you a fee, and maybe it's because the restaurants pay property tax, or is there something else that they're paying that food trucks aren't to make up for the difference? I'm trying to figure it out. So that's what I was wondering.
And that may be the case. When we first started the Omaha Food Truck Association, which was with these gentlemen that are sitting over in the front row, they'll be able to see you in a minute. One of the things that was a huge issue for brick and mortar restaurants is that food trucks were going to be in competition for their dollars, and that we didn't have the same level of overhead that they did. We've contended from day one that a food truck meal is different than a restaurant meal. Today's Valentine's Day. Let's say you're going to take your significant other out to dinner and you say, hey, let's go out to dinner. They're going to have one thing in their mind. If you show up at a food truck when they think they're going to a restaurant, that is not the same eating experience. Additionally, if I need quick food, but I don't want to do fast food, I can get that from a food truck, and I can't get that from going and sitting down in a brick and mortar. So they're two different eating events, and that was something that we labored to try to make clear to the industry, that we were not there in competition for the last dollar that a brick and mortar was going to get. We were going to expand the business.
Thank you. And thanks for shooting down my plans tonight.
Yeah, she's going to appreciate coming to a food truck tonight on a cold, wet day. She'll be right all over it, brother. Anybody else?
All right, thank you, Mr. White. You think he was kidding. Thank you, Mr. White. Next proponent, 740. There are available seats in the front row. If you're going to testify, it would expedite the time a little bit. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all being here today. My name is Bill Lamson, Lamson, and I'm the owner of a food trailer, technically, called Hudson's Mini Donut Company. Food trailer, which I started just a little less than a year ago. I'm also a former attorney. I spent 20 years in private practice before I made the most unexpected of career choices to leave that practice behind. Thank you very much. So now I am actually a recovering attorney. But I mention that because, as you might imagine, as an attorney, I was very accustomed to reading all types of rules and regulations and statutes, trying to find answers to legal questions and regulatory matters for myself and my clients. And those can obviously be, as you all know, very complicated. It's time consuming and frustrating, to say the least. So it's with that background that I wanted to come here and tell you today, not just to echo what's already been said, but to let you know, as someone who had to interpret statutes daily for almost 20 years, that navigating the rules and regulations governing the operation of mobile food vendors like myself was quite a challenge. And I'm not just saying that for the benefit of today's hearing. I spent hours and days on the phone, on websites, researching what I needed to do to get a permit. Talked with multiple people over and over again to make sure I was going through the process correctly. And quite frankly, I can't imagine that without my background, I can't imagine what it's like for others to have to do that who aren't as familiar with that kind of process. And when I first started, I had every intention of operating outside of the Omaha area. Lancaster County, Sarpy County, et cetera. So when I started kind of looking into everything and trying to figure out what it was going to take to do that, I quickly basically made the decision that I'm not going to do that. I decided not to pursue licenses and permits like others have said in any other county besides Douglas County. Because basically I'd have to go through their permitting process all over again. And maybe it was the same, maybe it was different. And good luck finding the information as has been alluded to today very quickly or easily. Since I've started, I basically limit myself to the city of Omaha. I very rarely even venture out into Douglas County for kind of a reason that's also been alluded to with regard to smaller cities and municipalities that don't necessarily have their own rules, but they want me to fill out a form and give them a check. And that's pretty much it, if we're being honest. They put that form that I gave them in a file cabinet, and maybe someone knows where it is if they ever have to look. But more importantly, I just paid them a fee, and that's kind of all they want. So I don't. I had every intention of coming down to Lincoln and the surrounding areas. In fact, I routinely get calls to venture outside of Douglas County. And unfortunately, I tell them, I'm sorry, I can't do that. And I feel that that not only affects my business, but it affects those communities. Because outside of maybe the Lincoln and Omaha metro areas, a lot of the smaller communities, they don't have really many food trucks, if any. They don't necessarily have a lot of restaurants. And the events that we're going to, there aren't food options there anyway. As the previous gentleman alluded to, we're not competing with restaurants. We're bringing food options to events that otherwise would not have them. Soccer tournaments, graduation parties, community festivals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've never felt that I've been in competition with a restaurant. Usually you can't even see a restaurant from my food trailer because of where we're at. So by making it harder for us to go outside of our given area, you know, I think in a way we're depriving, not to sound too conceited, but we're depriving those communities of a lot of options, a lot of food and entertainment options that they might otherwise want to have. Because as I said, I've turned those down already and I see the red lights off. So thank you very much, though. And
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Vargas also. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lamson. Questions, Senator Hughes?
Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap my brain around how many permits somebody has to get. You have a permit from Douglas County.
Correct.
So I see Bennington is in your county. If you go to Bennington, do you have to get a permit from Bennington?
I don't know, to be honest. And
That's what you want. That's what
it would be
you're
nice to
saying.
know.
You want a website I can go to. I'm going to go to Bennington.
Yeah.
This is what I need.
I've been asked to go to Bennington. I tell them no.
Okay. So that's the problem. Like you buy a permit for one area, and then even within that area, you have to get permits from the little towns in that area.
Sometimes not. Sometimes they don't even know.
This is super confusing. Okay.
You're preaching to the choir.
I get it. I get what you're saying. But this bill doesn't do anything to fix that, except that you can go to one place to see. You don't have to call Bennington's chamber or whatever and try to
Right.
figure out.
Which oftentimes they don't even know. The smaller communities,
Sure. I'm from a smaller community, so I want you to come to Seward, let's say, Seward County. And you're like, yeah, are you going to go to Utica? Or are you going to go to Milford? Each one might have to have different things and want another fee.
it's certainly possible. I mean, you have to get licensed to operate in a county or the state.
Okay.
And then the cities, they just kind of want to issue a one-day permit.
So the city, the little individual, those are like that's another thing. So this Douglas County works for 1 year.
Right.
And that's who will do your inspection.
Correct.
So there's 4 entities that do inspections that way. That's like the umbrella. And then within that are little, okay, I think I'm
Right.
getting it.
And you really, at least in my limited experience, because I have gone to some smaller cities where I literally fill out my name and address, the name of my company, and give them a check, and I'm good to go. And maybe that makes me good in that community for a longer period of time than 1 day. Honestly, I'm not really sure, and it probably does, but still to have to do that repeatedly is a burden. And to find out whether or not I even have to is a burden.
So then do you carry the Nebraska Department of Ag license and the Douglas County license?
Yes.
So, okay.
And City of Omaha permit.
Oh, sure. You would have to have that.
Yeah.
And is that good for a year or is that?
Yes, I believe so. Don't quote me on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's super confusing.
Yeah.
Fun. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Senator Vargas.
Next proponent, LD 740.
I know I had my chart and I talked too much anyway, but
Sorry.
I'm
We
going
don't
to
get,
try to explain the difference between a permit and a
maybe after the hearing, if you want to see those things. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good evening, committee. Excuse me. My name is Craig Ryan, CRAIG RYON, and I own Sauce Bosses Barbecue Food Truck in Omaha. I believe this bill is going in the right direction for updating Nebraska food truck regulations. Excuse me, I completely read this because this is not my thing. Before I opened the Sauce Bosses, though, I was a realtor of the state of Nebraska. When I became a realtor, my license was valid in the entire state, and I believe that this requirement should be the same as food truck operators who are up to date on health inspections and permit requirements. I believe, like a lot of the other people said, if we're good in one area, we should be good all the way across, but work everywhere. The confusing and different requirements between counties and cities has prevented me from visiting other locations with my truck. For the longest time, I'd never gone into Lancaster County because I thought the entire county had the same regulations as Lincoln. By talking to another food truck owner, I found out that Lincoln has regulations within a 3-mile radius, I guess, of the city that's different than the rest of the county. I finally took the time to call Lancaster Health Department, and this was confirmed. Despite, like other people, getting calls from people in Lincoln that I was turning down, or surrounding cities in the county that I was turning down, that I would have been able to go to or whatever. Also, just been hesitant getting Lancaster permit, besides again talking about the financial. That's one of the larger fees, much like the Douglas County one. The time to come down and file the paperwork, the time of having an inspection done, bringing my trailer down here, stuff like that. If this bill is passed, I'll be able to travel to other areas, widen my customer base. I just encourage you all to support the changes to this bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Any
Appreciate
questions?
that. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, did you bring samples of your sauces?
I'm sorry.
Next proponent, please, LB 740. Welcome, good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. My name is Seth Coates, SETHCOATES. I'm here today to speak in support of LB 740. We own and operate a family-owned business in our hometown of Fremont, Nebraska. The name of our business is Scouty's Shave Ice, and we are, by definition, a mobile vending unit. And as such, we are directly affected by the outcome of LB 740. We primarily serve the areas of Dodge, Saunders, Washington, and Douglas counties. We operate a licensed commissary as well as 2 mobile vending units. We've obtained permits with the Department of Agriculture, Douglas County, in multiple cities in Nebraska. While we do not have the years of mobile vending experience, perhaps as some here today, we do find commonality in the ongoing struggle to navigate requirements to operate legally within the state of Nebraska. We have countless examples, but I'll give you just one. This past summer, our services were requested in the rural community of McCook, Nebraska. The University of Nebraska Equestrian Program contacted us. We made every effort to contact the city clerk in McCook to discuss specifics regarding their classification of mobile vending units and operational requirements. However, we were unable to get answers and ultimately were forced to turn away participation in their event. Had the mobile food unit ordinance registry been in place, it would have in theory assisted us in rapidly making a conclusive decision regarding our attendance and participation in their event. This is a scenario that happens over and over again for us in all kinds of cities. We're contacted, but the information just isn't available. There's no one to talk to, or it's buried in ordinances that aren't available to us. It's time for the state of Nebraska to forego its marginalization of food truck owners and acknowledge the legitimacy of mobile food vending and its positive impact on our communities. This is not a flash in the pan fad that some once thought it would be. It's grown to an estimated $1.5 billion industry in the U.S. By supporting LB 740, this committee can breathe life into an industry right here in Nebraska. It's not only filled with eager entrepreneurs, but overwhelmingly represents a vast diversity of ethnicity, culture, and races. I have a background as well in the judicial branch, and if I were to be honest, one of my business advantages would be a 740 never leaves this committee. The reciprocity of permits, mobile food unit ordinance registry, and the use of consistent opening checklists only serve to help those who operate mobile vending units. The current processes surrounding the licensing and operations are confusing, redundant, and expensive. By keeping the permitting as financially unattainable as possible for those who wish to operate in multiple counties, and municipal code obscured and intensely laborious to find, it discourages your constituents and it minimizes my competition. However, I support LB 740 because I believe it promotes fair business practices. I believe there's more than enough room in this industry for others, and I believe licensing process should be transparent. And while I do not believe 740 solves all of our problems, I do believe it collectively moves our industry and community forward. In closing, when I was working with our councilman to lobby for change in our own city, I thanked one of them for their assistance, and he said it was the least I can do. I've thought a great deal about what he said. It was the least I can do. You see, when we do the least we can do, it only really means that we've done what we should do. Moving 740 out of committee and onto the floor is a step forward in your support to a growing industry of current businesses, owners, and aspiring entrepreneurs. And while it truly is the least you can do, it respectfully is what we should do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coates. Questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman. For some time, I've heard that permitting in Douglas County is significantly more complicated, more difficult, takes more time than Sarpy County. And I don't know if that's your experience.
You know, our permitting, actually Douglas County, to be honest with you, was a fairly straightforward process for us. While it certainly requires a great deal of phone calls and coordination with multiple agencies, we've had good experiences with Douglas County. We have not come into Lancaster County. I'm not familiar with their process here, but I'll tell you, it's quite a bit more expensive, and so that's one of the reasons why we haven't come here. But one of the biggest arguments is that food trucks cut into the brick and mortars, and that's probably one of the biggest arguments that we run into when we work with our own city council in trying to change ordinances was that the brick and mortars were concerned about the unfair competition, but that has been disproven. There's been research done, and that has unequivocally been disproven through statistical data. So.
Senator Reapy.
One question that's always been a curiosity question to me is, how do you get authorization as to where you can put your vehicle? I mean, because it takes up usually 2 or 3 spots.
Right.
And sometimes they're parked right in front of the restaurant.
So are you asking city by city is different everywhere?
You don't just pull in and put
Sure.
money in 3 meters.
Sure. Sure. Well, it really depends on the city. I'll use our city in Fremont as an example. Previously, all of the vending had to be done on private property. We had to submit site plans and letters from property owner and a myriad of paperwork to be able to set up and operate in one location. And that was if we ever moved, we had to repeat that process over and over. Most cities, if they have any sort of ordinance at all, there is restrictions generally as far as how close you can set up to an existing, like a brick and mortar restaurant. Almost all of them, if they have any ordinances at all, they have restrictions on that.
Okay, thanks, Senator Reapy. Senator Hansen, I'll come back to you again.
Okay.
That should be quick. Is there a difference between establishments that serve hot versus cold food? Something like a lot of towns have ice cream trucks. Would this bill pertain to those as well? Or talking about more?
Are you talking about a mobile food vending or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all fall under, as far as, we all fall under
Okay.
the same restrictions and same permitting processes. Whether it's snow cones or whether we're serving hot dogs, generally speaking, we all fall under the same, I get the same permits that they do. Now the requirements of the actual vehicle may be different. They have to have temperature holding, there's different things that they have to show to the, would be like the health department. But
Okay. I was making sure we weren't putting like, too much burdens and rules on all of a sudden ice cream trucks, but they didn't have before. So I know most towns have one, so.
right, most of them been run out, so yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson, Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman. This may be crossing the line a little bit, but I know in Phoenix, Arizona, for example, they have trucks that come around with games on for birthday parties. They park them in the driveway. Would this apply to a non-food type of truck situation?
Well, Senator,
You're almost a lawyer.
I can only, yeah, right. I can only tell you in my direct experience with our own city, we had discussions surrounding that. And they have no restrictions with regard to what we call gaming trailers. And we have discussed that with other municipalities as well. And those do not seem to be real regulated, to be honest with you. So some fall under a peddler's ordinance. That's kind of where they stick the food trucks, and they try to stick food trucks. If they don't have an ordinance, they stick us under the peddler's ordinance, which doesn't really fit either. So at state level, we kind of get down to that state level, and we certainly look forward to the day when we can have discussions about state level issues, because really LB 740 really deals with at the state level instead of the city level. 740 really focuses on what we can do at a state level, but at a city level, everybody kind of operates differently. So yeah, but there's no restrictions as far as the state level that I know is gaming trailers and such. So
I'm sure that food safety is huge on the concern list.
absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 740. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nick Maestas, NICKMAESTAS. Own and operate the Muchachos Food Truck and Restaurant in Lincoln, and opening one in Omaha as well. I've been doing this for a little over 6 years now, and in moving to Omaha for the first time, opening a spot there, I sometimes feel like I have the exact same jitters and unknown opening in a new community in a new county than I did day one opening in Lancaster County. It's been a struggle at times. I was a lot better looking before I was a food truck owner, significantly better looking, and now I'm gray and old, and it's been stressful trying to learn, trying to go into different communities and find the baseline of what they expect as opposed to what we're used to. And we have a great relationship with Director Lopez in Lancaster County, and in working with the City Council, Senator Raybold, and working with food truck pilot programs in Lincoln, and understanding where restaurant associations are coming from, and building those relationships. I feel it's super helpful to have everything on the board where we can go, where we have one place to go for everything, instead of taking that time. And the money is a big part of it too when you're paying for different permits. But the amount of time that you dig into finding how much we need to pay here, where we can park, where we can't park. Sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. And so you show up and it's not the right thing to do, but it's oftentimes easier. And you want to do things by the book, you want to do things right, but oftentimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So with that being said, I'm definitely a proponent of this, and definitely looking forward to seeing where we can go with it. So appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Macy's. Questions from the committee? It is oftentimes easier to beg for forgiveness than ask permission.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely right, but thanks for what you
Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 740. Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Sisula. I'm the owner of Hawk's Pizza Truck. We opened in 2014.
Spell your name for us.
Oh, sorry. Brandon, Branden, Sisula, Ciulla. We've been open since 2014. It's always, every year is a little bit of learning curve as we try and expand and visit more districts and more cities. As a small business owner, every minute counts, every dollar counts. So we try and expand, we try and grow. And sometimes as we grow, we hit hurdles and it makes it very difficult. As you've heard many times before, learning what and where you can park and why you can or cannot and whatever is a huge hurdle that does keep us from growing and visiting new places and offering our food to new people. So it's something that we're fortunate enough to do something we love, but it is very, very difficult sometimes. And it's been asked several times before. I sat down and did the work, and we operate out of Omaha. And for every permit to operate within an hour and a half distance was 13 permits and cost just under $2,000. So each time we go somewhere, it takes time to fill out the paperwork, wait for it to get back, pay the permit. So as we grow, it just would be nice to have one place, one permit, and get to that point as our end goal.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Next proponent, LD 740.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Toby Antonson, Tobyantonson. I operate and own the Pork's Done barbecue food truck here in Lincoln. I've been in business for just over a year, and it's been an interesting ride so far. I'm in favor of this bill, just like everybody else is, because it seems to be that you spend a lot of time fishing, but you don't catch a lot when it comes to finding things and the permits and the fees and everything that comes along with where you're going. My first experience with a food truck, I'm from Western Nebraska. I'm from Dunning County. Our first food truck experience out there was a Pizza Hut from St. Francis, Kansas, borrowed an RV and brought 50 pizzas to the local bar in Binkelman, Nebraska, and sold 50 pizzas in 12 minutes. And the bar owner was happy because everybody sat, drank, had a good time, and they sold 50 pizzas. So every Wednesday in my high school career, it was pizza night. The Pizza Hut would drive up and they would be in an RV and do that. Yeah, they probably didn't get inspected, and yeah, there probably was a few deals. You turn that tide from being in a small town where there are very few opportunities when it comes to restaurants. My wife is from a very, very small town that they don't have any restaurants in their town. And yeah, once in a while I'll go back and I'll do a cook, or I'll do a fundraising cook for them as well. And to go through all the permits and the county fees and everything else, a few guys have already said, you know, to walk into some of these communities, they just want you to check. They want you to write a check. I mean, I'm from Lincoln. I go through one of the hardest, Lincoln, Omaha, Grand Island, one of the hardest inspection processes when it comes to this. I'm also very fortunate enough that I get to go out and feed the troops every Wednesday here out at the base. I go through a federal government inspection as well. Not everybody has to go through that, but I'm fortunate enough that I'm able to do that. And I think having this, what I would call educated plan, to where everyone that wants to get into this business can have a place to go. We've all tripped and stumbled and made our way and done what we are, and we're successful or still in business doing what we're doing. The great part is those folks coming after us, it will make this process a little bit easier. I'm sure when the first restaurant opened, there's been stumbles along the way, and now things are a little bit better for the restaurants. Well, we're opening up and coming along as well, and we're going to try and make that better. So that's kind of why I say, hey, this is a great start plan. And let's hope it continues to grow to where, like I said, we can all make one happy family, I guess is what it is. So.
Okay, thanks for your testimony. Tony, any questions from Senator Reapy?
Thank you, Joe. I have a question. Do you do any consulting on mentoring to individuals that are interested in entering the business? And either you say you don't have the capital, you don't have the experience, you don't, whatever.
Absolutely. I actually met with a gentleman, or actually two gentlemen in December that are starting this same process. And I actually had met with someone when I tried to start this process. So we are a very close-knit group when it comes to being able to help, but we're all here to help. It's I'm in barbecue, and there's a thing that in our barbecue world, I compete nationally. I'm a competitive barbecuer. And we call it barbecue family. We're all family. Whether we compete every day, whatever the deal is, we're still family. We're going to help each other out all the time, no matter what we need. I just did a competition in Omaha a couple weeks ago and forgot maple syrup. Well, I needed maple syrup. I mean, and 5 guys came up, hey, you need some? Here it is. So it's the same concept when it comes to that, being able to help your neighbor, help thy neighbor, whatever. And if somebody's got questions or, hey, where did you stumble? Or, hey, where did you find this? Or, hey, how's this work? Absolutely. I'm an open book.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Very nice.
Have a great day. Thanks.
Next proponent, LB 740. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator and committee members. I am here to show some love to the food trucks on this Valentine's Day. My name is Raul Arcos Hawkins, spelled R-A-U-L, last name A-R-C-O-S, second last name H-A-W-K-I-N-S. They're passing out my written statement, but I'm going to kind of differ to answer some of the questions that have been going on throughout today. So I am from Grand Island. Today I'm testifying in favor of LB 740. I've been working with entrepreneurs for almost a decade to helping them start businesses ranging from restaurants to in-home childcare centers. And over the last decade, we've seen an expansion of the food trucks. Unfortunately, that expansion has grown, but none of the regulations or even standard regulations that we need have come about. In your packet, you will find a floor plan review checklist from the Department of Agriculture. And if you look at it, you will find that this is one of the checklists that I hand out clients who would like to start a food truck. Unfortunately, if you look at it, some of the stuff that's on this checklist does not fit what a food truck should be set up as. And what we're asking is to have this pre-opening checklist that will help food trucks and food truck owners start one. I think it will be helpful, just as we're doing it with restaurants, to have this pre-opening checklist that will allow a faster streamline of how this food truck should be set up, which will also help with the food safety regulations when you're looking at how to keep things hot and cold. It will ensure that the proper equipment is also being put in. And then one of the other things that we are looking at is ensuring that we do have, and I know it's not something that we're going to see maybe in the next couple of years, but we would like to see a permit or a license across the state, just like all the other licensed professions, where they're able to practice all throughout the state without having to have all these different permits in all these different districts. One of the examples is, if you would like to have some awesome Mexican food, is Taco Los Hermanos, who is opening a location here in Lincoln on North 70th Street. They wanted to go to Lexington because they were invited by a business, and they had called to make sure that that the permit that they had, the mobile food permit, would also cover them in Dawson County. They were told yes. When they got there, it was a different story, and they were asked to leave an hour into service. And they had to tell their clients, sorry, you can't have our food. In one of the pages that you will find towards the back, you will find what I had to dig through in order to find what those regulations and what those, some of the fees were for Lexington and Dawson County. They do an awesome job at giving you where else you should look at in order to find any other permits or additional regulations that you may have to follow. But unfortunately, it did take me a while to find this information. So when you're looking at why it's important to have an online registry, this is why. The last thing that I want to mention, because I know my time's coming up, is having, again, the online registration to make it easier for entrepreneurs in the state of Nebraska to go to one place and find what are some of these regulations that they need to follow. I can sit here and talk to you about some of the city ordinances that have made it difficult for entrepreneurs, especially small businesses like the food truck, to open their business. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Senator Vargas and the committee for allowing me to testify today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 740.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Scott Sheehan, SCOTTSHEEHAN, and I am the president of the Omaha Food Truck Association and a former owner of a mobile venue. And I come here today with some things prepared, but it sounds like everyone has my speech covered. So I don't want to repeat anything. I wanted to touch on a few things that were brought up. You had mentioned about, are we replacing one with another? We are, but time seems to be the one common factor that we can, even Senator Brewer made a point about that also, is that offering these people time. And maybe it's time with their family instead of having to run to a county or anything like that, but time. So I think that was probably the most important thing that I wanted to make sure and express to everyone. My business, I unfortunately am part of Tony Vargas's story where I didn't make it. My business, Anthony Piccolo's mobile venue, unfortunately didn't make it through the last couple of years. Ran into some hard times, didn't have enough nuts buried, so it didn't work out. But we move on. But I am here in support of my friends, because that's what you have here. You have the people that you know from down the street that opened a truck too, that had the barbecue or the wieners or whatever else that was going on today. So it's really exciting to be a part of, to see this happening, because we started the association, Kevin and Brandon and I, back 10 years ago in order to try to get here. And it's steps, like everyone has talked about also, so that's great. And so anything I can do to kind of help, or if we're looking for information on health departments and how they differ, I can tell you Sarpy County and Douglas County are very similar. And they both have their things that they look for, and they probably, and it's things that you might miss accidentally. They'll educate you on it, but they'll still make you accountable for it, because there'll be important factors on making sure things are safe. You have your good water and things that you need to operate as a food truck. That's a little bit harder to keep sanitary than, say, a restaurant or things like that. But for the most part, us as the association, we've kind of outgrown our what we were doing. A lot of our members have moved on, sold their businesses or lost them. But what we as an association want to do is kind of attach ourselves to the third part of the bill is we want to start offering information and guidance and consultation. Okay, you want to know where to go? All right, I got this list that you can look at, and start walking through. Okay, here's where you can park. And the question, or the answer to your question, can I put quarters in a meter? Is yes. That's exactly what I do. And 50 feet from a restaurant's front door is what the ordinance reads in Omaha. So literally, as the door swings, you can take 50 feet and I can park my food truck right next to your pasta joint if I want to. So that's, so there are advantages to being a truck too, but give and take. If it rains, you're the only one that's doing anything, and I gotta go home. So, with that said, like I said, we want to be a resource. This is great. We're excited that this is coming. As Kevin mentioned, there's still a little bit more to go to make it better for us to operate. And I think that's all I have to say in the matter. So I'll take any questions. Thank you for having me. And Tony, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? I have noticed, I'm in the food business myself, I have noticed there is This is a positive thing, but there is a compulsion on the part of foodies to talk.
Yeah. I had a lot to say. I want to get it in there quick. Yeah.
Thanks for your testimony.
Yeah.
All right, additional proponents, LB 740. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Shelburne, JESSICA-SHELBURN. I'm the State Director of Americans for Prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. Hardworking Nebraskans shouldn't need permission slip to earn a living. Instead, we should embrace the entrepreneurial spirit of individuals who seek to pursue their American dream. LB 740 is seeking to streamline the inspection and permitting process for food trucks. This bill takes a crucial step in cutting government red tape to make it easier for Nebraskans to launch a small business while supporting local economies. This is a welcome step that benefits not only food truck vendors, but the many communities that they could serve by creating more options, something that you've heard a lot of this afternoon already. This can be done as proposed in a responsible manner with great benefit to the vendors and to those communities. Just to reiterate what some of the previous speakers have said, it creates a lot of opportunities, especially in rural Nebraska. And right now, we are preventing that from happening. And at AFP, we believe that we succeed when we help others succeed. And this is one thing that you guys can do to help the individuals who spoke here today and the many individuals who weren't here succeed. And I think that it's very clear that there's still more work that we can do in this, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. And we applaud Senator Vargas for his steadfast endeavors in trying to help the food truck industry. And we would encourage you to advance this bill to the full legislature. With that, I'd answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 740. Good afternoon, welcome.
Chairman Haller and members of the Ag Committee, for the record, my name is John Hansen, John, Hansen, Hansen. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union, and no, I don't have a food truck, but I have thought that there were times when I've helped provide the food and the refreshments for events, of which I've done a fair amount actually in my lifetime, that it would sure be handy if we had a more accessible food truck industry in our state. And especially in rural areas where we see more and more some of the food truck vendors all figuring out which niche they're going to serve. We're seeing also more local foods, which is good, and also featuring certain Nebraska products, which is good. And so as I look at this legislation, I look at it through a lot of the same eyes that I would use to evaluate cottage foods or farmers markets. It's all a step in the right direction. I still think we need to go further in terms of being able to reduce the regulatory load. I like the idea of coming up with a more standardized set of regulations that everybody gets to follow, so that you should not have to spend as much time as these folks obviously spend trying to figure out which set of regulations they need to comply with. And then the whole issue of fees is, it seems to me, is being used in a very arbitrary kind of way that takes a lot of the fun and the economic opportunity out of the food truck business. But we have historically supported this industry, and I appreciate the comments of all the folks that have presented here today. And as we look on down the road, I think that while this is a step in the right direction, I still think we have room to go before we get to where we need to go in order to actually fully realize the potential of this portable food vendor business that we have in Nebraska. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next proponent, LB 740. Proponents for 740, seeing none. Are there anyone in opposition to LB 740? Seeing none. Anybody in neutral capacity? All right, Senator Vargas, you're welcome to come back up. Before you start, Senator Vargas, we had Online comments for LB 740, proponents 6, opponents 0, neutral 2. And as a successful football coach told me one time, sometimes you don't necessarily have to speak, your team performed for you.
I see what you're laying down. And yes, I want to thank the committee. I appreciate all the testifiers, and I think this is a lot of education. I know there's an interim study done by your committee, which I appreciate. Senator Aguilar's efforts. I appreciate the Center for Rural Affairs for their leadership on this, along with many, many other partners, including public health departments, municipalities, the food truck owners themselves. There's just a couple of things I want to touch upon just because it is important in terms of the connection. When I got married, I had 2 food trucks that came to my 500-person wedding. I could tell you that they're not in business anymore. And I think what we heard are a lot of food trucks that are no longer in business for a variety of different reasons, but many of them connect to what we've talked about today and this legislation. I urge you to move forward on this amendment and to kick out this bill because the step in the right direction is streamlining the processes, making sure that there's transparency on the ordinances across these cities. That will increase the competition. It'll make sure that we can also see what the fees are, specifically for all the food truck owners. And hopefully we're not done either because I would love to do more in the future. Somebody will take this up when I'm term limited out on fees and maybe a one-stop permitting process like Georgia just did. They just passed this last year, at least out of one house. So I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And I hope we can earn your support to get this bill out of committee.
Okay, thank you, Senator Vargas. Your team has an igloo full of Gatorade. They're about to dump. All right, that concludes LB. I'm sorry. Yes, please, Senator Hughes.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for bringing this. Senator Vargas, I looked at the fiscal note here. Would there be a fiscal note to create this website or database? And I'm assuming it would be on the Department of Ag's page or somewhere there.
Yes. So it would be on the Department of Ag's page. It would be up to the Department of Ag. Again, there's the ability for them to adopt the rules and regulations to carry this out, but this would be on the Department of Ag to then create that page maybe.
So they just didn't maybe include that.
Yeah. Like Texas has some things like this. Yeah. But the goal is if a food truck owner is looking and can see all these different cities, the ordinances associated, the fees, what they have to do to operate, it's all in one place. And as you could tell, there's owners that just said no to customers without knowing whether or not they even want to go through the hoops to contact that city and say, what do I need to do to operate? And that,
I think one thing that would help too is if, like, let's take Seward County, and if Milford's charging, I don't know, $120 and Seward's charging 80 and Utica's charging 10, those three are like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? I mean, I think that would encourage some of that, like, oh, maybe we're a little high here or whatever. So I think that would be beneficial.
in past bills, I tried to cap the fees at one standard, but I will say this, hopefully the competition with everybody seeing what their fees are, municipalities will then look at their ordinances and decide, maybe we should be more in line with what these other cities are doing so that we're bringing more food trucks to our festivals or to our communities.
Which are going to pay taxes in your area that then you can use to generate anyway.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any further questions?
One quick question.
Pastor Lim.
Didn't you usually always bring a food truck during your hearing?
I did. I've been told you can't bring props in this room. So otherwise, I'd be raining from the parade. You'd get donuts, you'd get burritos, many other things.
Maybe when it gets on the floor for debate.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Vargas. Appreciate it. We will break for 10 minutes, 3:10. We'll be back at 3:10.
That's a good bill.
Back to the Agriculture Committee. I'm going to relieve you all the stress and strain of giving my spiel this afternoon. Most of you have been through this before and know what the policies are. We'll just say if you do wish to testify, there are green sheets back there to please sign those. White sheets if you just want your name on as participating in the committee hearing. With that, we will proceed with LB 662. Senator.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Bo Ballard. For the record, that is BEAU-BALLARD, and I represent District 21, which encompasses Northwest Lincoln and Northern Lancaster County. I'm here today to introduce LB 662, which amends Nebraska's Right to Farm Act. According to the USDA, agriculture, food, and related industries contribute over $1.2 trillion to the U.S. GDP. And 164.7 billion of that amount is a direct input from America's farms. Agriculture and the food sector provide over 21 million full and part-time jobs, with direct on-farm employment accounting for 2.6 million jobs. Despite this large impact on the economy, there's a very real task of feeding the world. Our agriculture operations are under constant attack. Extreme environmental and animal rights groups, often with little to no experience in crop or animal production, seek to shut down farming operations that don't meet their standards. Meanwhile, we know that our agriculture producers are the best stewards of our land and their livestock. Not only do livestock depend on healthy soil and animals, but many have been in ag production for generations. Their success and reputation depend on innovating to get the best products in ways to protect their resources and their communities. One tool that we see deployed across the country to shut down agriculture operations is nuisance lawsuits. My goal with LB 662 is not to prevent nuisance lawsuits, but to rather narrowly tailor the law to better protect agriculture operations from the time and cost of frivolous lawsuits, while maintaining an avenue for valid claims. LB 662 makes 4 changes to the Nebraska Right to Farm Act. First, it limits standing. Those who can file suit to nearby landowners alleging a material violation of federal, state, or local laws. This change will still allow those who may be affected by agriculture operations to seek the remedy while preventing outside organizations with no presence in Nebraska from using nuisance lawsuits to harass our agriculture producers. Second, LB 662 creates a rebuttal presumption that an agriculture operation is not a nuisance if using commonly accepted industry practices. That requirement does not guarantee an agriculture operation using commonly accepted agricultural practices will not be found a nuisance. Instead, it places the burden on the complaint to demonstrate why practices used by the operation either do not meet the industry standard or why the industry standard is insufficient to avoid nuisance in specific circumstance. Third, LB 662 states that an agriculture operation is not a nuisance merely because of change in ownership or size, non-permanent cessation and interruption in agriculture activities, participation in government-sponsored programs, the use of new technologies, or a change in the type of farm production produced. The provision is particularly important in protecting existing ag producers. Just like many businesses, our producers are constantly adapting and modernizing their operations, increasing their financial stability and exploring new opportunities. This provision will protect their ability to do just in the areas of our state which ag production occurs. Finally, LB 662 sets the statute of limitation in nuisance suits against agriculture operations at 1 year from the date of complaint first experiencing the nuisance. I want to be clear, LB 662 does not exempt agriculture operations from local, state, or federal laws. Operations are still subject to permitting, zoning, and setback regulations, as well as livestock and chemical regulations. With the passage of 662, ag operations will have to comply with everything they do today. They just get to do without fear of frivolous lawsuits. I'm happy to work with the stakeholders on LB 662. There'll be many in opposition behind me. Happy to work with them, including non-landowner residents like tenants and someone withstanding a reasonable request. It's important to me that all our ag producers get to enjoy the protection of the Nebraska Right to Farm Act. I do have some industry experience behind me to follow testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Ballard, for bringing this legislation. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Senator Ballard. I know in your testimony, you kind of really kind of went through it pretty quickly, but how does this help or protect those who lease or rent land? Because the language in the bill says such a person owns a majority interest in the real property.
Yeah, and that's still some language we're working out with stakeholders to protect those who lease or own land.
So when I read it, I was thinking of like different scenarios that this could impact. Let's throw out, say your family owns a vineyard and has been growing grapes for a really, really long time, for like at least 2 or 3 generations. And then a farmer comes in and just wants to grow soybeans. And, in that whole process, they might have sprays or some herbicides or pesticides, and, with drift, it hits your vineyard, and, that's a grape killer for sure. And so how would that scenario play out with this piece of legislation?
Yeah, absolutely. Spray drift is an absolute problem that we experience in the grape growing industry. There is still remedies for that in this legislation and within county regulations as well. I don't believe this Right to Farm Act even touches that provision that hypothetical.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Senator Ruby?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. The first handout that we have a picture of Yorkshire pigs. Now, my question is your legislation intended to be pandering towards the governor?
I have not. I have not spoken to the governor on this issue.
Okay. I just wanted clarification. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ruby. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Ballard. Stick around for close. You'll stick around for close? Of course. I'm going to ask how many people are going to testify today for and against? Both, right, okay. We will do 4 minutes. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Senator Hallerton, Speaker, Agriculture Committee. My name is Jessica Coulterman, Jessica Kolterman. I am here representing Lincoln Premium Poultry, where I am employed. First, I want to thank Senator Ballard for introducing this legislation. I wanted to give you a little bit of background how this legislation ties into the work we do. So we have farm families who have invested in agricultural operations, specifically to grow poultry for us across the entire region of the state. They're in about 21 counties here in Nebraska and several in Iowa. And we were involved in our industry. We do a lot of conversations with other companies, other producers around the country. And at those conversations, we often end up discussing agriculture being under attack, people not understanding where their food comes from, and those types of conversations. And so we started taking a look at the laws here in Nebraska, specifically the Right to Farm bill, or act that passed several years ago. And in talking to people in this industry who are on the front lines, who have those farms, our farm families that grow for us, and then in also visiting with people at our company, one of the questions was, is this legislation as tight as it could possibly be, and does it provide the most protection it could possibly provide from nuisance lawsuits? And through those conversations, the answer was no, it's not as tight as it could be. So we talked about how we could strengthen that, and in having a conversation with Senator Ballard, we talked about the different ways and some of those changes you see outlined in his legislation. While I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, because I think he did a very good job of explaining that, I do want to say that we really like the portion of the bill that refers to the presumption that the farm that is using a commonly accepted agriculture practice is not a nuisance, and that provision, I think, was a good one, as well as some of the others that are there as well. So one of the questions I've been asked is, why do this legislation? Why now? And my answer for that is very simple. Why not now? Every day that our farm families are farming, they are constantly attacked from different directions. As someone who's professionally advocated for farm families for almost 20 years, I've seen firsthand those things that are going on in our industry. And it really comes from all directions. It takes all kinds of tones. You have people who say, well, I'm not opposed to farming the way they're doing it. I just don't want it near me. You have people who are just against certain kinds of agriculture. You have people who have agendas to remove meat and protein from diets. And then you have what we all know is the generalized challenge of people who are just removed from agriculture, who don't have a knowledge of where their food is coming from. And so sometimes they can latch on to things that they hear and messages they hear in the media and so forth and take those as gospel. So our farm families collectively have invested close to $400 million in their operations in the state. In my county alone, it's over $40 million. If Senator Brewer was here, I think he would say $40 million in his county and a county that he represents in the Sandhills. That's a really significant investment in some of those rural areas. And so those are the types of things that we want to make sure we're protecting. And so that's why I'm here and want to see the farmers in our state have the best protection possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coleman. Questions? Senator Rippey?
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
You have a level of expertise in here, or maybe a great deal. My question is, how rigorous are the regulations regarding treatment of manure when the animals are part of the small farms?
So are you asking from Lincoln Premium Poultry's perspective, what we do to make sure that our people are adhering to?
Well, I know one of the challenges, or at least that I've read a little bit about, is just the runoff of manure.
Yeah, let me talk through that a little bit. I really appreciate that question because I think it really gets to the heart of some of the things we're talking about here. So in order to grow poultry with us and have a contract with us, all of our grower partners are required to get and maintain a Nebraska state operating permit. Now, that is not a permit that is required by law, but we as a company have decided to require that. So we have them go to the state. The state will say, well, based on your operation, you're not required to have this by law. But if you would like to have it anyway, you can continue forward with this process. And so we require it, so they do move forward in that process. What that involves is extensive soil testing, litter testing, nutrient budgeting, phosphorus risk assessments, and application setbacks and buffers. So they develop a nutrient management plan. It is on file with the state. The way it works is if they were to have litter come out of those barns, it is required to go through all those steps of that process for them to apply that litter to their fields. So from our perspective, we see our farm families as being part of the solution because all of that is documented and budgeted, and there is a very specific process in which they have to use. That isn't always the case for non-litter application, but that is something, or people maybe who don't have those same rules who come use litter from other companies. But if you are a partner with us, we have 3 pillars of our contract that are non-negotiables. One of those is environmental, one of those is biosecurity, and the third is animal welfare. And we require that highest level of accountability and stewardship and regulation.
Okay, a follow-up question
Sure.
with that. So I assume that at the beginning, you're setting a benchmark, so you know what the soil is like before you ever start.
They do all the soil testing before they apply, yes.
And then are there public hearings held too, that what are the implications, say, of whether it's a pig farm or a chicken farm or
I guess I don't.
public hearings? Do you have?
Well, we,
in
on the front
communities?
end, before they are given the opportunity to grow for us, they all went through public approvals processes.
Okay.
So
that's just-
in those public approvals processes, there may have been conditions laid out through a conditional use permit where a county might say, we're going to give you the green light to grow for this company here on your farm, but these are the conditions in which we need you to adhere to.
Yeah.
So every county can do that differently. Every county can set different conditions. I've been in counties where I've seen, they wanted a tree buffer around the entire property. I've been in counties where they wanted certain setbacks. I've been in counties that said, if you're going to haul chickens to and from this site, you need to use this specific route. I mean, it's really up to the county, who is the approving body in that case, what that looks like. And if they wanted some kind of more stringent environmental protection beyond what we already have at the state level, they could propose that as part of their conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Rippey. Senator Rabel?
Thank you, Ms. Coulterman, for coming. I'm looking at the statute. Could you tell me what was meant by the language. It says the agricultural operation has materially violated a federal, state, or local law applicable to an agricultural operation.
Do you have a place in the,
Yeah, it's on page 3,
okay?
the very first sentence. There's no definition of materially violated, so don't.
I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to pretend to be one and give you what that definition is.
Okay, and then could I ask another question?
Sure.
So you have reduced the statute of limitation from 2 years to 1. What was the reasoning behind that?
I don't know that there was a specific reason. It's just that if you have a nuisance, it's going to be flushed out in a year as opposed to 2. It's just it's lowering that number, lowering that threshold.
Well, I think of one really pretty big example, with the mead and alt and contamination, that has been known for quite some time, since
But
2014.
I don't believe that's a farming operation.
But it just an example
Okay.
on what I would consider a materially violated event that, it took quite some time. We're going on 7-8 years to try to resolve that issue. And normally a statute of limitations is roughly around 4 years, depending upon the classification of the violation. So
We looked
wanted
at
to have a
other
better
other states to see what other states were doing, and that was a number that was recommended to me by kind of a survey of other states and what they were doing.
So what are some of the other states that you had looked at to draft?
It was just I didn't say, here, what is this state? Let's take this from this state or that from this state. I just said, what are other states doing? I didn't get into the weeds. I had attorneys look at all of that.
Oh, okay. Would someone else be able to testify on some other similar states that have adopted?
We can probably get you that information.
Okay, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Abel, for the questions from the committee. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming, Ms. Coulterman. Okay, so let's say we do have a grower or farmer that is a bad actor, alt and was a bad actor in the ethanol industry. One, how do you guys handle that? And 2, because that's where I think this would address, right? That bad actor. So kind of walk me through, I guess, what you do, and then how will this hinder someone? Will this hinder us in dealing with a bad actor, perhaps? So.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the intent, is to
Right, no,
hinder.
I
But, so let me give you, so I talked about the 3 pillars of our contract. So the 3 pillars of our contract are biosecurity, animal welfare, and environmental stewardship. And we have criteria outlined in the contract for all of those. If a farmer were to violate one of those and we were made aware of it, we would go in and write something called a corrective action plan, where we would say to the farmer, okay, this is what we have understand that you have done, and this is not acceptable, and so we need this corrected. It's kind of like progressive disciplinary action in any kind of situation you would have, where you would go, it's a warning, a progressive warning, and then eventually, if there would be continued violations, you would terminate the contract, and they would no longer be able to grow for us. And that is not something that we as a company would want to do. But if someone was in violation or negligence and continuing to break those pillars of our contract, we would have no option.
Okay. And then if I can, that kind of leads me to another question. I keep hearing in my district, right, things vary by county. So
Right.
And you guys have gone through, I mean, you've done your barns in my district, several of them. What is that different? I mean, I keep hearing, a certain county has absolutely no regulation at all.
Well, I mean,
this one
I think
has,
zoning is a really big, important part of this. So, I'll use Seward County because that's where I live. That's where you grew up. We looked at what is the zoning here. And I think that the zoning in Seward County, personally, I think it's written really, really well. It says, well, these are the appropriate places to have agriculture. These are the places that are closer to urban areas. And the people that wanted to build barns in Seward County went in, they had hearings, public hearings, they went through that process. They were given conditional use permits through their appropriate county process. Now, were there maybe one or two neighbors in a few specific areas that were concerned about a specific thing? Yes. One of those was traffic. Someone said, I don't want trucks driving by this specific road because there's more housing on this specific road. And so the county said to us, would you be opposed to having a specific route that you are required for those trucks to go on unless it's like a specific emergency or, some weather situation or something? And we said, no, that's fine. And so we have in many of our cases in specific counties, we have specific routes that our trucks are required to use because that was part of the conditional use permit. Sometimes through that conditional use permit process or county approvals process, people will say, well, we want certain setbacks to be met from neighbors, or we want certain tools to be used to look at before we make a decision. And so we used whatever tools they were asking for, we provided what information they needed. Sometimes you have a specific situation in a county where there is no zoning at all, none. Well, I'm not going to look at a farmer and say, I'm sorry, there's no zoning in your county, but I'm going to tell you. So we have done that. We have said no to farmers that have wanted to build with us because we did not feel their land was appropriately in the right place for that. But not every company is going to do that.
Right.
But sometimes we've tried to make a decision based on what using common sense as opposed to, because some counties didn't have any zoning. So it really kind of depended. I was out on the farm yesterday. I spent a morning with one of our service techs. I walked 8 barns with him. There were no houses in the vicinity of where I was at all because we drove from Rising City to your district. We drove from Rising City to one of the farms. And one of the things that I did on that drive, which was I think 3 miles, is I counted the homes on the way. And with the exception of the homes were associated with our farms, there were none. That's an appropriate place to put a barn. So I think zoning is a very important tool in this process as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hughes, Senator Rabel.
Thank you, because that triggered another question
Sure.
that I had in mind. So the language in the bill talks about the property has to be located within a half mile of maybe the offending property to be able to file a claim. How did that come about, and wouldn't that conflict with some of the zoning regulations?
Well,
in
I
certain
think
counties?
for us, I can only say that we're going to I can only speak for our company and what we do. But we use a lot of different tools when we were evaluating sites and locations. And for the most part, we didn't have a situation where we unless it was a family-owned home, there aren't a lot that are within that tight range. I mean, there's a few here and there, but in some cases, counties will require a notification. There's obviously a notification of those neighbors. And then there are some cases where we had neighbors who signed waivers that said, even though it is within a quarter mile of us, and even though the zoning says that there should not be a livestock facility within a quarter mile of us, we're willing to sign a waiver that we'll take it and we're okay with it. So, I mean, I think you can look at this with county partnership in mind. As Senator Ballard said, it is not an attempt to eliminate all lawsuits that are nuisance in nature. It's more to eliminate them as a tactic or a tool to try to drive out farming.
Well, another example that came to mind is, say, a farmer has been farming their land for generations, and the neighbor just sold their land, and in comes a foreign country, bought the land, and they have this huge hog operation. And, there's dust from the trucks and other things that are the air, the smells, those usually transcend probably more than half a mile. But it seems like with this LB 662, that neighbor would be prohibited. The farmer would be prohibited at filing a nuisance claim at the new neighbor based on the language in this legislative bill.
I don't know that it would be prohibited. I think it would be more clearly defined of how they could go about that.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure what you said.
I said I think it's more clearly defined about how they could go about that. I don't think it completely eliminates the opportunity for them to file a suit. That's not the way I read it.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Any further questions? Senator Hansen?
Thank you. We had an issue in Washington County recently. There's a big hubbub about the county trying to almost rezone many areas of the county.
I heard about that.
Yeah, I definitely did. And I'm state, I'm not counting them, it didn't really matter. It seemed like they were trying to almost rezone the county to make it easier for suburbs or Omaha to move into Washington County by making it more difficult for small farms or, like to have like 4 cows on there.
Mhm.
I think they had a regulation that's like 1 chicken per acre,
Mhm.
It's like some crazy stuff. And so obviously the people were up in arms about it, which they should have been, and it worked out really well. They went there and they testified and they ended up actually, getting rid of the ordinance.
Yeah.
So they never moved in that direction. How is that comparative to what we're trying to accomplish here with this? Are we trying to accomplish something similar, like being, allowing, not trying to suburbanize, country Nebraska?
Yeah, I mean, I think this really all comes down to this disconnect between people and their food, which I think, as anyone in rural America who is involved in agriculture can testify. You have people who don't either give any thought to where their food comes from at all, or they don't know anything about it. So they, kind of hear things here and there that they think, then they put them into categories of good and bad. I think there's perceptions of how agriculture is done today, and if it's big, maybe it's bad. I don't buy into the rhetoric, and our people that have invested in the operations where they support our business, they have said to us, after they keep seeing what has happened in other states, right? Like the southern part of the United States and the East Coast, they keep hearing these lawsuits that are occurring, and they said, what's to say that can't happen here? And so the intent of the legislation is to tighten up or strengthen the right to farm language so that there is less chance of that happening here.
Can I ask one more question? Sure. In your opinion, is this more about does this bill more about livestock or agriculture in general, or is it?
I think it's all agriculture. I explain the process that we do for our people to apply litter to the land. I mean, it's very highly regulated and very stringently documented, and we audit those records to make sure that they're doing what the contract with us says they will be doing. But not everyone who uses any kind of fertilizer, whether it's organic or livestock generated fertilizer, whatever it is, they don't have the same level of accountability or regulation on everything that we require as a company. For example, who's to say that there couldn't be a lawsuit that says no one should fertilize their land anymore, or that would lead to that? So I don't know that it's about livestock specifically. I think it's about all farming practices for people who say, I don't like that farming practice, and I'm going to do a lawsuit against that.
Can I ask one more? Is that okay, Chair?
You bet.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Because I've been getting a lot of emails about this, right? Even from constituents with valid concerns, right? And so I have a strong affinity for smaller farms and for people who want to do what they want with their land, whether it's organic farming or other kinds of practices. So what you're saying though, there's still a recourse, right? If there is some kind of issue between a larger scale operation coming in next to a small family farm, that small family farm, if it does become more than a nuisance above and beyond what the bill's intent,
Correct.
there still is a recourse so for them to, whether it's through the county, whether
Correct.
it's through the courts, to address the situation, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Ms. Coleman.
Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 662. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Halloran, Members of the Ag Committee, my name is Bill Hawkins, Billhawkins. I'm here in favor of Senator Ballard's bill, and I would like to welcome my new senator from District 21 to the legislature and thank him for his willingness to serve in this great legislative body. I'm a lifelong Nebraskan, and over 40 years ago, in growing up, I wanted to move out into the country. So I purchased a 50-acre old farmstead a mile south of Branched Oak Lake, just north of Lincoln. I've lived out there over 40 years, and coming from the city, I have seen the interaction of rural and suburban life. I became an organic farmer, planted trees and orchard. I was active in the Sustainable Ag Society. In going to their conferences every year, I saw these young kids of these entrepreneurial farmers, small farmers, sustainable farmers, Senator Hansen, that were running around. So I helped start a kids program with a Sustainable Ag Society to where they were actually putting on seminars at our conference. So I've been very involved with the agricultural community. I'm not real big on big, giant commercial agricultural operations, but here in the state of Nebraska, we are an agricultural state. And so we need to be able to produce food here in the state of Nebraska. And so what Senator Ballard's bill does is prevent frivolous lawsuits. As you've heard testimony, Lincoln Poultry came in to produce chickens. We need to eat chickens here in the country. I mean, people, it's a product that people need. So they testified that they are very sincere in their environmental outlook, their sustainability, and their welfare of the animals they take care of. There are processes prior to an agricultural operation being permitted in a county that people have the ability to go through. Public hearings, permitting processes. So this bill does not prevent that. It just prevents some out-of-state organization or other complaining factors that you will hear from behind me, paid lobbyists and all kinds of other people, but I'm coming to you as a citizen that we need to protect our agricultural operations here in the state of Nebraska, and we need to look at more sustainable operations so that we can actually feed ourselves. So I thank you for your time, and I thank my senator for his willingness to come into this legislative body. And I would be happy to take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Additional proponents, LB 662. Seeing none, opponents for LB 662. How many are opponents? All right. Well, if you would respectfully choose the front row, you're fine. Choose the front row so we can expedite this process. You're all bashful, I understand. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Halloran, members of the committee, Chair. My name is Jonathan Leo, Jonathan, last name Leo. I'm an Omaha resident, formerly Lincoln resident. I'm also an environmental land use and administrative law attorney. 40-plus years. I've been involved in animal feedlot regulatory reform work in Nebraska since 2017. I have brought nuisance lawsuits as a practicing attorney in California. I've also defended landfill against a neighborhood that was suing in nuisance, so I'm very familiar with this territory. And I started out my career as an environmental crimes prosecutor with the city of Los Angeles, writing ordinances on environmental laws and land use laws as well over 40 years ago. What I would like to say about this bill is that even under conceding Senator Ballard's rationale for the need for this bill to prevent frivolous lawsuits that, as he puts it, weaponize nuisance law to attempt to eliminate livestock production in Nebraska because of people who don't like meat consumption. This is an anticipatory threat, so far as I know. I'm not aware of anything like this that has materialized. And one of the concerns that I have is that this bill, again, even conceding that there is a threat that needs to be guarded against that existing law cannot achieve, this bill paints with far too broad a brush and actually does, as currently written, disenfranchise and eliminate the rights to the courts in the way of nuisance lawsuits of a vast swath of Nebraskans, including small farmers, residential occupants, people who have owned their land for decades, people who are several miles away from circumstances that, because of their size, are very, very legitimate nuisances. Pache, Jessica Coulterman, it's not true that this bill allows people other recourses to the courts if there is no violation of federal, state, or local laws, regulations, and ordinances, if they are also more than half a mile away from where the source of the nuisance is, and they are not a majority owner of the land that is besieged by the alleged nuisance. If you're a minority owner of land, if you're a tenant or a lessee of land, you cannot sue in nuisance because of an agricultural operation preventing your use and quiet enjoyment of your property. Period. According to this bill as presently written, if you are more than half a mile away from the source of the nuisance, you are denied standing by this law, by this bill, if it becomes law in the state of Nebraska, to bring a nuisance lawsuit to protect your interests. It is true, as Senator Ballard says, that this bill does not preempt local ordinances that establish setback limits for agricultural operations, whether they're livestock production operations or otherwise. What it does do, however, because particularly the half-mile setback cutoff, is it frustrates almost completely the purpose behind setback ordinance limits, which are designed, as we know from a number of counties that have considered this. Some have decided they want those, some have decided they don't, but where they have decided that they do, they've made very carefully evaluated choices. Am I already out of time? Pardon me. I'll just finish my sentence if I may.
Okay.
They've made very considered choices about where livestock operations should be distanced from sensitive occupancies, churches, rest homes, hospitals, etc. And some of those are 1.5 miles in Lancaster County. If there is a violation of a nuisance, if there's a nuisance created by an agricultural operation that was sited more than 1.5 miles away, there's no recourse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Senator Rippey?
No. Thank you, Chairman. I have a question. One is out of the bill. It says, shall not be found to be a public or private nuisance. And my question is, by whom? Who makes that decision?
That's a good question. It's not clear from the bill. There are a number of provisions, Senator Rippey, in the bill that are not defined, that are clearly important definitional terms that in this bill do not have definitions, nor are there any references in this bill for those kinds of terms to other places in Nebraska law where there could be definitions that would apply here.
Okay.
It's a vacuum.
I have a follow-up question I'd like to ask, and that is, who has the burden of proof? Which side of the, because you're at a disadvantage if you have to be the one that proves that there isn't a nuisance.
Well, if you're the offended land occupant and you believe that you have a credible case that there's a nuisance being created by a neighboring landowner or neighboring operation, you bring the nuisance lawsuit, file a complaint in a local court alleging a nuisance. And as the plaintiff in that action, you initially have the burden of producing evidence to demonstrate that in accordance with civil law, by a preponderance of the evidence, you have established the so-called prima facie case that there is in fact a nuisance, which means every element of what Nebraska says nuisance law is, you have demonstrated, again, by preponderance of the evidence, you can prove it. If you can do that, then it shifts to the defendant to defend that.
It would seem to me a couple of things would be air quality, and the other one would be maybe water quality.
Yes.
But that could get incredibly expensive because in air testing, I mean, you can't just do it on, Valentine's Day and say, well, that's it. You'd have to have multiple samplings. I don't know anything about it yet. I'm talking, but
You're going in the right direction, absolutely. I mean, and the idea of nuisance law, it's common law, it's historic, it's very old in the United States and British law. It is designed to be the last resort for people who are suffering from interference with the use and quiet enjoyment of their property by businesses or activities which may also be in complete compliance with all laws, but even so are creating nuisances. If it's a water contamination issue where several miles possibly upstream of your property, there's an operation that has discharged, and I'm not just talking about chicken capos, I'm talking about any kind of operation. It could be row cropping, it could be other kinds of livestock production operations. Discharges contaminants from some production area that do reach a creek or a stream and then begin to migrate downstream, down gradient from that offending source. It could take, particularly if it gets to groundwater, years before somebody down gradient, possibly 5-6 more miles away from the source, discovers that their private drinking water well is contaminated. And once they find out it's contaminated, it may take another several years for them, and at much expense, as you indicated, to trace it back to the source. And if there's a 1-year statute from the time in this sort of situation where your drinking water well, you find out your drinking water well has been contaminated, there's almost no way that you could credibly develop a nuisance case within 1 year to establish who the source was, let alone that they had a direct impact on your well.
may I have one more question, Mr. Chairman?
Please do.
Thank you. My follow-up question to that would be too is, this might not just relate to animal operations. You have fertilization, nitrogen, runoffs that are particularly in central Nebraska are accused of being the cause, or from the university at least, saying that they might impact or contribute to childhood cancers.
Right.
And so this thing all of a sudden takes on a much bigger story than just a chicken farm or a farm pig operation.
No, absolutely true. And as Senator Raybold's question earlier, I forget whether it was to Senator Ballard and Ms. Coulterman indicated, atrazine drift from a row cropping operation can become airborne drift, can affect properties potentially several miles away from the offending source.
Yeah.
And atrazine also has been linked to certain central nervous system cancers. As Doctors Rogan and Bell from UNMC have indicated in studies that they've done, there is a correlation, but not a causation, that has been established between certain kind of livestock feeding operations where nitrates are generated and central nervous system cancers, and particularly brain tumors in children. Nebraska is in the top 10 in the country in this area.
I'm a kid that's cleaned out a chicken house, so I know how challenging that can be. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Like Hercules with the Aegean stables, yes.
Senator Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Leo, for coming down. You know, I thought the Nebraska Right to Farm Act was to prevent city slickers like me moving into an acreage near a feedlot and writing a complaint about, heck, this really smells, you know? Do you have any better understanding of the Right to Farm Act besides it protects that original operation?
First in time in a location means that you cannot be sued for a nuisance by someone who moves into the area after you have established your operation. They cannot claim you're a nuisance because the theory is they've been put on notice. They should have been on notice, constructive or actual notice, that there was at least the possibility of an agricultural operation that could be cited in their area. Both prospectively and retrospectively, you should be on notice that one exists, and you should be doing a due diligence before you buy a possessory interest in real estate to see whether or not you're buying near a place that might create problems for you. And if there is, and you go in anyway, you can't complain about that operation later on. That's the first in time protection. That's where nuisance immunity starts, and I would argue that's where nuisance immunity should stop. There are a number of cases where that I know about and can give chapter and verse on. One of them is in Senator Hughes' district. I've talked to her about this in western Butler County, where a fourth generation family farmer who farms approximately 170 out of 200 acres is living now since 2020. The farm has been there since 1930. He's owned over 100. He's owned 100% interest. It was passed down to him by his grandparents through his parents. And there are 3 16 barn sets of Lincoln Premium Poultry chicken broiler barns, almost a half a mile from where his property is located. This bill does not provide metrics for how to calculate where that half a mile is measured from, unlike every county setback limit, which does say the metrics from this part of the property line to that part of the neighboring property line. No guidance here on that. However, this is a guy who, because he is to the north of the 16 barn, 3 sets of 16 barns, that's 48 times 47,500 chickens. When the prevailing wind is from the south, he is no longer able to go out into his backyard and grill steaks. He can't go out with his dog, and at times it pervades his home, and he makes a point of not going home, but staying at his agricultural equipment purchase and sale and maintenance business about 30 miles to the west. If the law passes, and depending upon where you measure the half mile from, he could be precluded as a matter of law from filing a nuisance lawsuit, even if those chicken barns are in compliance with all applicable laws. And as we know, Butler County has no zoning ordinance. His township in Butler County passed a zoning ordinance in 2006 to prevent a dairy from being located in his jurisdiction. And when he complained to his town council members that ordinance should be protecting him, they said, we don't have the resources to enforce this. So effectively, he is without legal recourse unless he can bring a nuisance lawsuit. And what I would just suggest is that putting a distance limit on where a legitimately injured property owner can bring a nuisance lawsuit to protect their interests is frankly a disenfranchisement of the rights of all property occupants and owners. The measure should be, is there a nuisance? And of course there can be bogus claims, there can be frivolous lawsuits. I'm not familiar with them. It's expensive to do this. And as Senator Reedy was asking me, there is a procedure for the person who brings the lawsuit to show very quickly that you've got the goods to establish that there's a nuisance. If you don't, you're out of court, no matter how much money you've got. And that's the concern, is that the half a mile setback requirement is for standing, as well as the majority interest in ownership are arbitrary and I believe completely illegitimate standards upon which to measure where the right to a nuisance, to bring a nuisance lawsuit should be measured.
I have two more questions.
Senator Abel.
Thank you. So also in this bill, it talks about a one-year statute of limitations. And I know the Right to Farm Act has a 2-year, but you mentioned that a little bit as well in your remarks. Have you seen that anywhere else across the United States where they have such a tight window for a statute of limitation?
Well, I have to, first of all, disclaim having done any due diligence on that subject. I can't tell you that one way or the other. It would not surprise me if certain jurisdictions have done so. I'm not familiar with it. I forget who, perhaps it was you who mentioned 4-year statute of limitations. For civil actions alleging injury to land, which is what a nuisance lawsuit is, my experience is, and not just in California, in other states as well, is that 4 years is standard. I would remind the committee, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this from 2019, LB 227, the last time that the Right to Farm law was amended in Nebraska, established the 2-year statute of limitations. It was a very hard fought, very contested legislative process. I know everyone did not get what they wanted from it. Since that bill was passed and has become law, there have not, as far as I'm aware, without having done the lawyer's completely exhaustive search, no nuisance lawsuits filed in the state of Nebraska against agricultural operations, at least against CAFOs that I know of. I would suggest that not only does this support an opposition to the cutting in half the statute of limitations from 2 years to 1 year, because it is not broke and therefore doesn't need fixing, but it, again, disenfranchises landowners and occupants who are legitimately suffering from off-site contamination, whether it's airborne or waterborne, from having the necessary time once they realize they have a problem, from doing the due diligence necessary to find the source of that problem and establish enough of a factual basis to justify bringing a nuisance lawsuit. That would be my answer.
Okay, thank you. My last question, and I had asked this of Ms. Coulter, but to me, I'm not a lawyer, but I still don't know what they mean by, it's page 3, the very first line, the agricultural operation has materially violated a federal, state, or local law applicable to an agricultural operation. Is that the standard legal term? And if so, I would suggest there has to be a definition in this bill.
Well,
but what does it mean to you as an environmental attorney?
I would say that it is a standard that is arguably unenforceable unless there is either by regulation or by statutory amendment, a very clear definition of what it means to be in material, either in material compliance or in material violation of an applicable federal, state, or local law, regulation, or ordinance. There is none in here. As I mentioned to Senator Reapy in a different context, it still applies here. There is also no part of this law that says the definition of materiality, as material is referenced in LB 662, shall be referenced back to a different statute that already exists, so that there is some reference standard. That doesn't exist here either. I would not know. I would have no way to advise a client, let alone a landowner, how to determine whether or not, or somebody who has a major CAFO operation, how to determine whether or not you are approaching or have crossed the materiality threshold with respect to what compliance means. We don't have time here, but I would say that also materiality is not only a matter of defining it precisely in a statute or a regulation, it's also a function of what the enforcement regime is with respect to those laws, statutes, regulations, or ordinances. And here, Nebraska is, in my judgment, deficient with respect to having a robust regulatory enforcement system that can be relied upon by people who legitimately feel that their property interests are being harmed by any kind of offending operation, whether it's industrial or commercial, agricultural or otherwise. The enforcement element plays into it. You can't have enforcement if your laws are ambiguous and vague. Right now, this is, in my judgment, ambiguous and vague.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions from the committee? Quick question. So, I mean, this narrowly tries to define close proximity and majority ownership.
Right.
To file a nuisance lawsuit. Are there any limitations now on how proximate someone has to be a legitimate nuisance claim?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So someone outside the state?
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the state of Nebraska could file a nuisance?
Anyone, well, let me put it to you this way. If someone who occupies property if somebody outside of Nebraska is trying to bring a nuisance law violation against an in-state operation, agricultural operation, they would be dealing with diversity jurisdiction, whether or not they have the right to claim a violation in their state, a violation of a different state's laws. I'm not sure about that, to be very honest with you. I think it's extremely unlikely unless, for instance, possibly if you have extreme eastern Omaha industrial operation, the winds are blowing east across the Missouri River into Iowa, and you have a serious contamination issue, whether it's waterborne or airborne. That would be the only kind of circumstance I can imagine where somebody from out of state would be able to claim that they are suffering from a nuisance created by an in-state operation, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
So it's unlikely, but it's possible that an interest group from California could file a nuisance suit against an operation in Nebraska.
Unless they own and occupy property in Nebraska, I think it's almost impossible. And I was beginning to have a conversation with Senator Ballard about this before the hearing. The threat from outside interests, either outside of Nebraska, but within the United States, let alone extraterrestrial, outside the continental United States, China, for instance.
We're not talking about balloons here.
We're not. Well, agricultural balloon. I don't know about agricultural balloons, but we're not talking about extra-jurisdictional issues here. And if there is seriously a threat from national organizations that are trying, because of their antipathy to meat consumption, to shut down Nebraska's food production industry, agriculture industry, they, in my judgment, would have to acquire property in Nebraska in a very deliberate way, in close proximity to a CAFO, or to where they think a CAFO might be cited, and bide their time until they had the makings of a nuisance lawsuit. Now, that's extraordinarily conspiratorial, and it requires not only a great deal of money, but some pretty serious odds making about whether that opportunity would ever arise. It's possible, to be sure, but I think it's extremely unlikely.
All right, thank you, sir. Any additional questions from the committee? Okay, thank you for that. Next opponent for LB 662.
Good late afternoon, Senators. My name is Jane, Jane, Egan, Egan. I reside on 5 acres in southwest Lancaster County. I want to preface my remarks by saying that ordinary citizens are already heavily burdened by having to make extraordinary efforts to protect their property rights from nuisances stemming from CAFOs, and that LB 662 adds to that burden, as I will demonstrate in my testimony. I serve as chair of the Lancaster Hills Alliance, which is a group of neighbors and activists that organized in 2018 to oppose Costco's wholly owned subsidiary, Lincoln Premium Poultry, and their chicken barn operator that applied for a special use permit to build 4 chicken barns adjacent to a housing development of 90 residents in southwest Lancaster County. So the 90 residences were first in time, not the chicken barns. They came after. Our members testified at the county board hearings opposing the permit. We sent emails to county board commissioners, met with planning department staff, and consulted with legal counsel to find a way to stop the construction of the barns in this built-up residential area. Ultimately, the county board of commissioners ignored the pleas of their citizens and approved the special permit to allow the barns to be constructed. These barns house 47,500 chickens each. The chicks arrive at the barns and are confined for 6 weeks until they reach a predetermined weight, and then are sent for slaughter at Lincoln Premium Poultry's Fremont processing plant. The amount of manure waste produced by 190,000 birds every 6 weeks, and the disposal of chick mortality is enormous and presents an environmental pollution issue for nearby property owners. So local property owners decided to take action to preserve their rights. Lancaster Hills Alliance members researched the county's ordinance regulating confined animal feeding operations and found it to be totally lacking. The Alliance then decided to take legal action against the Lancaster County Planning Department, the county commissioners, and the permit applicant to seek a remedy through the courts to overturn the permit approval. I and 2 others were plaintiffs in that case. We had to raise money to pay for an attorney. We did this by holding garage sales, setting up a GoFundMe account, and soliciting funds from Alliance members. Through those efforts, we raised over $20,000 for legal fees. Ultimately, our case was appealed to the Nebraska Supreme Court, which held the lower district court's decision that the special permit approval was valid in the narrow confines of the current law at that time and should stand. The ruling was a disappointment, but our members continued to seek some justice by pushing the Lancaster County Board to form a special task force to develop new comprehensive regulations for CAFOs in Lancaster County. Strict regulations were adopted and signed into law. In 2019, we were once again faced with another issue, this time a change in the state's right to farm bill. The bill sought to eliminate the ability of citizens to sue CAFO operators for creating a nuisance to property owners. Again, our members activated and contacted state senators, wrote letters, sent emails, attended hearings. We, along with colleagues from other groups that also opposed the proliferation of CAFOs in Nebraska, were able to make a compromise with legislators in 2019 to change the time allowed to file a nuisance down to 2 years. I believe at that time it had been set at 4. We think this compromise is restrictive enough and see no reason to change it. LB 662 is now seeking to not only reduce the time from 2 years to 1 to file a nuisance suit against bad actors, but it goes even further by restricting who can file a suit and the distance they must live in relation to the offending CAFO. It should be noted that no suits have been brought against a CAFO since the 2019 change of the law. So it appears that the rationale for the current proposed changes is to find a solution for a non-existent problem. Or perhaps CAFO owners or operators are anticipating, I'm sorry, can I finish? I just have a couple more paragraphs. Are anticipating many lawsuits in the near future due to the large number of CAFOs now operating in Nebraska and want to fend off being held accountable for their actions. The conflicts between residential property owners and agricultural operations have been exacerbated by counties approving the development of agricultural zoned land for new residential housing. At the same time, counties want to support agriculture and approve permits that allow CAFOs to proliferate near communities and housing developments. This sets up an obvious conflict for both property owners and CAFO operators. 662 is just a tool to use the state government apparatus to protect CAFO operators from being held accountable when they cause a nuisance to property owners. We oppose 662 because it restricts the right of property owners to seek justice through the courts to protect the general welfare of citizens in favor of big ag corporations wanting to avoid nuisance suits. We need to find a balance or face the consequences of ongoing conflicts between property owners and CAFO operators. This bill does nothing to advance that goal. We therefore oppose LB 662.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Egan. Any questions from the committee? Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Ms. Egan, for coming down. So you mentioned that Lancaster County Planning Board was able to change the zoning regulations after the lawsuit that you filed. was appealed and the appeal from the operators held. So have any lawsuits been filed in Lancaster County since that time?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you
And
feel,
no other new CAFOs have asked for special use permits in the county, to my knowledge, since then.
okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Next opponent, LB 662.
Senator Halloran. Senator Halloran, members of the Ag Committee. My name's Gerald Vinduska, spelled Jarel. Vinduska, spelled Vinduska. I want to start out by saying that most of you are probably, I suspect, are pretty familiar with the Nebraska Constitution. But if you read the Article 1 of the Bill of Rights, I'll read it exactly so I get it right. It says, "No person shall be denied life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor denied equal protection of the law." When I read this bill, everything that's new in the Right to Farm Act appears to be denying equal protection of the law. You can go through it line by line. You have to own the majority interest. Well, as it's been mentioned, a tenant doesn't get equal protection of the law. And you go with right on down the line. Every one of them is an attempt to deny equal protection of the law. And I would suggest, even though, like all of us, we probably hate frivolous lawsuits, I don't think it's the job of the Nebraska Legislature to determine what is frivolous or not and put it in legislation. I think that's the duty of the court to determine what's frivolous or not. And that can sometimes be dealt with by causing somebody to bring a frivolous suit to have to pay court costs and things like that. So it's the judge's job to do that, and not the legislature. And I'll keep it short because I'm sure a lot of the stuff is going to be repeated. But even that, Senator Raybould, you gave that example about the grapes. Well, somebody could be raising grapes and not be able to see where it outright kills them. Like if there's a adjacent landowner, and like I say, I have a farm myself, so I understand it's in Southwest Sarpy County, so I understand the challenges of not creating a nuisance. But your grape example, you might not necessarily kill the grapes outright, but the owner of that vineyard might notice his production going down a little bit each year just because they were stressed, but not outright killed. And first thing you know, you can't make a living off of it anymore because you've been impacted. And like I say, it's just, I know there's a lot of people that talk. That's basically my point, that we have no business limiting who has due process. So any questions? I'll quit there.
Thank you, Mr. Vinduska. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Additional opponents, LB 662. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Agricultural Committee. My name is Jonathan Urbom. Last name is Urbom. First name is Jonathan. I'm testifying in opposition to LB 662 on behalf of the Nebraska Association of Trial Attorneys. LB 662 is a solution looking for a problem. There is not a nuisance lawsuit litigation problem in Nebraska. I have heard the term frivolous lawsuit several times during the last hour in here. I thought that might come up, so I called a recently retired district judge who district encompassed Red Willow County, Chase County, Dundee County, Frontier County, Furnace County, Dawson County, Gosper County. I may have missed one in there. I asked him over his 15 years on the bench, which ended about a year ago, how many nuisance lawsuits he had. There was one that involved the noise from a grain bin dryer at a co-op, and the plaintiffs or the complaining party lived across the street and didn't like the noise. So in those rural counties where the economy is dependent upon agricultural operations, There was not a single lawsuit filed related to nuisance activity other than related to noise of a grain bin dryer. Nuisance actions in Nebraska are already a very high bar to meet if you're going to prove that someone has created a nuisance. Our Supreme Court has indicated or has stated that rural residents must expect to bear with farm and livestock conditions normally found in the area where they reside. Our Supreme Court has also said the annoyance must be such as to cause actual physical discomfort to one of normal or ordinary sensibilities. The annoyance must cause actual physical discomfort under our current law in order for an annoyance to be considered a nuisance. That's a pretty high bar. The current Right to Farm Act prohibits me from moving from the Lincoln city limits out to an acreage near Hickman and saying the farm operation or ag operation next to me is a nuisance. That's fair. That's reasonable. I shouldn't be able to go buy a new place next to some place I don't like and then file a lawsuit saying I don't like it. That is a reasonable law to have in Nebraska. But else, LB 662 essentially immunizes agricultural operations from any nuisance lawsuits that could potentially exist. The majority ownership interest that is required for a complaining party has all sorts of problems with it. People lease land, people rent land, siblings share property. For example, you may have 3 siblings that all own a third ownership interest in a property. If they had a nuisance causing ag operation next to them, none of them would have standing or access to courts because of it. If a nuisance operation moved in next to me and I live on an acreage out by Hickman, which I recently moved to and love it out there. If they moved next to me right now and my kids were sick because of the water or they were sick because of the air, I wouldn't have standing to bring a nuisance lawsuit because right now Wells Fargo owns more of my home than I do. I'm not a majority owner. The fact that lawsuits for nuisance can only be limited to a half mile from the source of the nuisance causing event or whatever's causing the nuisance is extremely arbitrary. You know, most of the nuisance that you're going to deal with happens to deal with noise, air pollution, water flows and air blows, and it doesn't stop at half a mile. The other issue,
I think we'll probably have questions for you.
Thank
You might extend your, thank you for your testimony. Any questions, maybe Senator Hansen?
You seem like the right guy to ask. You're a lawyer anyway. So maybe I'm totally reading this wrong, but because of nuance law, you said if somebody privately owns land as a majority owner and their say is nitrates going down the water into their property, would that be recourse for a nuisance lawsuit?
If it caused actual physical discomfort as a normal, ordinary person with sensibilities, yes, it could give rise to that. It's got to be causing some damage. So just the fact that it's leaking onto your property may not cause damage.
All right. So say they're trying to have conservation principles on their land and they don't want any of that on there because they believe on nothing growing on the land. And so then they have some of that going onto the land. It might affect their ability to, their conservation of the land. Would that be like recourse too?
I don't know if that would be under the current nuisance laws. I think that could fall under different types of actions. For example, it might not be trespassing, but there's probably something similar to that, where there are cases where basically you can bring cases for damages if your property is being damaged by something like that. It doesn't have to be under the nuisance umbrella.
Okay. So somebody brought up earlier about you have to be a private owner, you have to have a lot of money in order to do something. I just have a concern. Is it possible Bill Gates could come here? He's buying up a lot of land in the state of Nebraska and use nuisance laws to stop agricultural farming or livestock in the state of Nebraska?
I think the possibility of that is so remote. that I don't think that there's ever a chance that that would happen. First of all, Bill Gates would have to buy property, and then Bill Gates would have to be here and show that he suffered actual physical discomfort according to what an ordinary person would feel based on their sensibilities in order to file a nuisance action under current Nebraska law.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it, so. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Additional questions, Senator Rabel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Urban, for coming here. So, I don't know, somebody had handed out this article about neighbors suing over pig fumes for a right to farm push. And so just having briefly read through some of it, it seems like what is precipitating all this is trying to be a preemptive legal action because there was a pretty substantial settlement from, not sure what the pigs all did, but you know, it was a substantial $94 million lawsuit. And so I think you'd said it in your remarks about how difficult it is to prove a nuisance issue, but this LB 662 would make it extraordinarily difficult. And I think it's probably something to do with some of the other events going on around other states.
I believe that if LB 662 becomes law in Nebraska, that ag operations will essentially have immunity from nuisance claims. There are so many criteria that you have to meet just to have standing to bring the lawsuit. And even if you meet those, you still have to prove that there was a material violation of some applicable statute, ordinance, or regulation. Even if you can do all that, if the ag operation proves that they materially complied with the regulation, statute, or ordinance that you claim was materially violated, they are no longer liable. And material compliance is a scary term because that's like horseshoes and hand grenades. It's just, we got close enough, right? Even if we violated this ordinance or statute, we were close. So sorry, we're not obligated to do anything.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Additional questions? Senator Iba?
Short one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, you singled out my county except for Hayes County, or my
I missed
district
Hayes. I
besides Hayes County.
apologize.
I'm just glad I knew it. So could you speak just a little bit to the zoning piece of this whole thing? Because I know Jessica mentioned it earlier, but
Sorry.
but I'm interested in your opinion on the zoning piece, because I know all the county commissioners create their own zoning laws and setbacks, but I'm interested in your opinion on how those would apply.
I am going to have to defer to someone back here that I know is much better suited to answer that question. In fact, he's a professor at the University College of Law and teaches people about that. So I think he would be your best option to answer that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Senator Iba. Thank you, Mr. Urban, for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next opponent, LB 662. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name's Janice Howlett, JANISHOWLETT. I live 0.6 of a mile south of Fort Chicken Barns, or the CAFOs. And I just wanted to express that I'm in opposition to this LB 662 for many reasons. Road conditions, nitrates in the water, water table running low, the devaluation of property, homes becoming unlivable, and particulates in the air that could cause you to be ill. I'm just going to leave that because everybody back here has talks on that. Right now, everybody's concerned about China and its spying, but have you guys really thought about China's takeover of Nebraska? When we attended the Lincoln-Lancaster Planning Commission meetings for the Costco LPP CAFOs, we were told two things. Costco is building the chicken CAFOs and the processing plant to feed the Chinese people, and that was told us several times. We were promised everything was being done by the book, and if there was a problem, we always had the nuisance laws to fall back on. Well, LB 662 protects the billion-dollar corporate livestock producers like Smithfield and Costco and LPP. Smithfield is owned by the Chinese, and per Costco, they're feeding the Chinese. So how long until Costco LPP is bought by the Chinese, just like Farmland Foods? We fought the LB 227 nuisance law in 2019, and there was an agreement made, reduced the amount of time. But now it's back in 23, and LB 662 has worse wording. It threatens the local control and undercuts the family farmer. How about thinking about this local family farmer that's surrounded by a large hog CAFO and several sets of chicken CAFOs that are owned by an out-of-state entity investor? The family farmer has lived and farmed there for several generations. What about his fundamental rights? Would you like to buy his home for some good country living and deal with that manure and dead chicken odor, dust, noise, flies, traffic, and then how about the neighbors that kill the grapes or the pear trees? Dicamba floats a long ways, kills gardens. Maybe this farmer's younger family would have continued farming, but who wants to deal with the factory farm nightmare? What happened to the good life and being a good neighbor in Nebraska? And I found out that there is LB 63 is focusing on my Chinese comment. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Howlett, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee?
Probably not.
Seeing none, thank you so much. Next testifier. Good afternoon, welcome.
Chairman Haller and members of the Ag Committee, for the record, my name is John Hansen, John, Hansen, Hansen. I'm the president of the Nebraska Farmers Union. If my math is right, I have been working on planning and zoning issues for about 48 years. I helped bring planning and zoning to Madison County. We've helped as an organization a lot of the counties in the state of Nebraska develop planning and zoning. It is an important part of this question as we think about this bill. I have data that says, that's been put together, that if we just look at 3 counties and we look at Butler and Saunders and Platte counties, that if you look at who is being protected here, and this bill is a Costco bill. And so if you look at the Costco operations, we have 6,840,000 birds in those 3 counties that are owned by companies that are not Nebraska companies. It is an out-of-state company that owns it. This was not Sis and Bub coming back to the farm. This was an outside outfit who came into our state. And so if you compare that in the same 3 counties, the folks that are farmers who put up barns is compared to 6,840,000, 2,175,000. So it's important to remember in this nuisance bill, which goes hand in hand with good planning and zoning, that these outside companies have come into our counties that do not have planning and zoning, and they have, that is where the bulk of them are. And so who was here first? Well, local residents were here first, local family farmers, folks in the rural community, they were here first. So they come in, these outfits come in, and Costco says, we're going to be different than all the rest of the poultry processors. We're going to treat everybody better. We're going to give better contracts. And we're going to be a different kind of company. And so now here they are coming in and saying, we're first of all, they've done what they said they weren't going to do, which is to use outside investors to be able to build the barns and then hire folks to staff them and run them, right? So that's, so they didn't keep their word on that part of it. And so then they come in and say, all right, relative to nuisance, we're going to change the compromise, which was a hard-fought compromise in 2019 between all of the different interests. We're going to set up a can't get there from here roadmap for how it is that you get standing in order to have any kind of remedy that it amounts to anything at all. So the private property rights and the quality of life of the local folks will now be off the table if you're not a majority landowner. My LLC would have no standing because we're all equal owners. So half a mile. I've done service work for a very long time. And there have been a lot of successful lawsuits brought from damages that were far in excess of a half a mile because of direct damages where people could not live in their own homes, could not have barbecues, could not hang their clothes outside. Their quality of life was substantially reduced. And there were settlements made because of that. So what this law does is it is, in fact, a solution in search of a problem. There have been no nuisance lawsuits. The boogeyman outside folks coming in is standard fare. It's been with us for many, many years. And with that, my red light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. I'm glad you're not colorblind.
Well, I'm a little colorblind. Ask my wife.
Any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Try to do this one.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you.
It's a pretty good baby.
Well, he's 5 weeks old, so this was a stretch to get here. I felt like it was very important for me to be here. My name is Suzanne Haas. It's SUSANNEHAAS. I clearly oppose LB 662. When the Costco chicken operations first came to Washington County, we were warned that activists were coming to oppose the barns. I wondered where the activists were coming from and who they were. And then I went to a meeting at my neighbor's farm, and the activists were elderly farmers in their bib overalls and moms like me, tax-paying good rural neighbors who had lived on our farms for generations. Then I went to the planning committee meeting, which was deciding the conditional use permits for Costco barns. It was standing room only. Hundreds of people opposed. My rural neighbors were forced to gather on the lawn of the courthouse because there were so many of us we couldn't fit inside. In both situations, there was no activist to be seen anywhere. It's the genius of the Costco, AFAN, and We Support Agriculture marketing teams that it has become more apparent as time went on. I listened to expertly crafted speeches by selected growers about bringing kids back to the farm, foolproof nutrient management plans, and the promise of no odor despite millions of birds and a 3.5% mortality rate for each growing cycle. And that's approximately 80,000 chickens in open air compost piles. I see LB 662 is the next step in this marketing campaign. When I first heard of the proposed amendments in the Right to Farm Bill in 2019, as an attorney, I was perplexed. I researched why changes were needed. I was only able to find a handful of lawsuits that were brought under the original bill enacted in 1982. The 2019 changes in this attempted amendment only create more questions of what the above entities know that we don't, that is necessitating them to take evasive action against future nuisance lawsuits. I encourage transparency and call this amendment what it really is,
Ms. Svoboda. Are there questions from the committee? Okay, see,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank
Senator
you, Ms.
Abel.
Sabota. Were there any other elements of the bill that you had wanted to point out that you?
Yeah, there was, the last one, the last one having to do with the 1 year, limiting the statute of limitations to 1 year. And I'll kind of echo a lot of what other people have said in terms of that's too short, but also the provision, I mean, the description of after the condition, which is the subject matter of the suit, reaches a level of offense sufficient to sustain a claim of nuisance. Come on, that's something that would, you'd be in the courtroom a day trying to describe that it was, the offense was sufficient to sustain a claim of nuisance. That's not an easy standard on, in terms of the statute of limitations. So, I mean, again, is a real serious flaw in the understanding and operability of the law. Yeah.
I have one more question. Have you seen other pieces of legislation similar to this in other states?
Well, I know that there are, but the other, I mean, this is probably taken from another state because it doesn't really fit as I described Nebraska.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Senator Abel, any further questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Additional opponents, LD 662. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing all of us to testify, agricultural senators. I am the Reverend Helen L. Greer, also known as Penny. That was a name given me at birth, as well as my legal name. I live at Helen, Greer, 1716 Trelawney Drive, Lincoln. I'm an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, and I'm also the board president of Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light, and we stand opposed to this bill. What I want to do today, why I wore my collar, is that I would like to stand on a different perch, to look at matters in a different light. As a faith leader, I come to this issue with some of the most powerful scripture in the Bible, in my head and in my heart. For Jews and for Christians, our creation story tells us that we are people of the earth, created of the dust of the earth. We are first set in a garden that is beautiful, where we will have enough to eat, and others will also be able to eat. Our responsibility from the start is to till it and keep it. That's the exact language in most translations of Genesis 2:15. We are meant to work the earth, to produce our food, to take delight in it, but also to keep it, to preserve it for ourselves, for generations that follow, to safeguard it from harm, all sharing in God's work. That's the entire organization of Genesis that Jews interpret as well as Christians. For indeed, words that always resonate with me, and perhaps with many of you as well, the earth is God's. The earth is the eternal one's, the world, and those who dwell therein. I find that so powerful. It is the first portion of the 24th Psalm. For indeed, people of faith know, ultimately, the earth is not ours. It is God's. And for Jews and Christians, we are stewards, individuals who've been given responsibility for the management and service of something belonging to another. And to speak more directly for Christians, as I am one, the steward is a prominent feature of many of Jesus' parables, someone who makes wise decisions in managing the land and all of its benefits before the master returns. LB 662 does not just affect the livelihood, joy, and hope that our farms and nearby neighbors have a right to experience, as so many have spoken of today, as protected by our laws and the two constitutions that govern us, our state and the federal constitution. It affects our responsibility as a keeper of the land that does not ultimately belong to us, regardless of the way our laws have been written. Last week, I heard a troubling lecture given by Dr. Eleanor Rogan from UNMC that Mr. Leo referred to earlier. She and other scientists have been attempting to relate the alarming rise in pediatric cancers, especially brain and CNS tumors, to the presence of nitrates in Nebraska's waters, We are between 5th and 7th in the nation in all the different kinds of pediatric ailments. That may actually be for one of these two cancers as well, I'm not sure. She and her fellow researchers have found a strong association between nitrates in the private well water drunk by some of Nebraska's rural families and those pediatric cancers. They've been documented along with a number of other debilitating illnesses affecting more than children, pregnant women, adults, etc. Currently, the EPA allows 10 gallons per liter of nitrates in potable water. Some of the studies Rogan's team have reviewed have indicated levels less than 10 milligrams per liter have a high association with particular illnesses. The law, the policies that are all referred to in those supporting this law, this particular bill, are not keeping up with what we are learning and must act on. So if we are finding that farmers or people who live near various farming operations are finding higher nitrate levels and truly have experienced cancer, which might take more than a year to develop based on the exposure, obviously, any kind of lawsuit would hardly be considered frivolous for this kind of a reality. LB 662 would shut down yet another avenue for safeguarding land that I would suggest all of us, regardless of our faith orientation, have a responsibility to keep. I just find that metaphor so powerful, and I want to think about it and help others to think about it too. To protect from contaminants that pollute drinking water and destroy life, to enable all of the land be passed on beautiful and intact to future generations. I strongly urge you not to approve LB 662. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Reverend Greer. Questions from the committee? Senator.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in the health business a long time from an administrative side. And the issue of alarming pediatric cancers, particularly around the Grand Island, has been there for 10 or 15 years. And so I'm struggling, correct me here, I'm struggling to connect it with this particular piece of legislation. It seems like it's a problem that
Sure.
was here long before we ever talked about right to farm or the problems, and we seem to have not solved them.
Okay, well, she and her researchers are trying to correlate it with various practices. They try to correlate it with actual farming operations, and then crops that are actually filled, they're actually planted, and then they also were looking at various watershed data. It's a tough, I mean, all she can do is talk about an association. So obviously, I don't know if a nuisance lawsuit would be appropriate for a family with a child with pediatric cancer. And certainly it would have taken them much longer to develop than 1 year or even 2 years.
Sounds like it's an intergenerational research, and it's been going on a long, long time.
Well, her group is really trying to pinpoint things more specifically. And she has, they're beginning to publish material to integrate a lot of material. They're not just looking at nitrates, they're also looking at atrazine.
I'm just trying to connect it with this
Sure.
particular bill.
Well, she just, I see it as a possible nuisance lawsuit, and unfortunately, that would not be possible easily for a child to develop cancer, and the family need to have recourse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Any further questions? All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you for your
For the
testimony. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nancy Meyer, Nancymeyer. I live in a rural area of Saunders County, so LB 662 is very personal to me. My husband grew up in Nebraska, and more than 20 years ago, he convinced me to drop my career and move our young family across the country to a home in the middle of Nebraska cornfields. Having grown up in Indiana, I was reluctant, but I soon learned to love the Nebraska countryside. The clear, clean air, the delicious water from our well, and the wonderful, exquisite quiet. I remember hanging up wind chimes on the porch when we moved in, and I took them down the next day because they intruded on my solitude. We came back to Nebraska for the good life. And some of the most important values embodied in the good life for Nebraskans are property rights, local control, keeping our families together, and prioritizing Nebraska businesses over outside interests. These values are all threatened by LB 662. Trucks from CAFOs now pass through our county regularly, and more threats to our water seem to pop up daily. We've had to install a reverse osmosis system because our water is no longer pure. We are used to the occasional smell of cow manure from the herd that our neighbor turns out into his cornfields after harvest each fall. But now we're subjected to eye-burning stench from chicken manure spread without even being knifed in. Because of these menaces, now my husband, a born and raised Nebraska farm boy, wants to move out of state. We don't want to be trapped living around multiple health risks on property that's value is diminished by the actions of others. LB 662 removes a property owner's right to the peaceful use and quiet enjoyment of their own property. Why on earth do we want to take property rights away from Nebraska citizens? This bill will actually limit housing and other development, impeding growth and economic opportunity right where it most often occurs, which is on the outskirts of our cities and small towns. LB 662 is an attack on local control, restricting what municipalities and other agencies can do to make their areas livable and inviting to young families whose parents would like to see them stay in Nebraska. Now, I'm a big fan of local control. I've served on elected positions on a school board and on my NRD. In fact, I believe more policy ought to be enacted that preserves the rights of local residents, not limits them. Finally, this bill will make Nebraska irresistibly attractive to out-of-state and foreign interests who wish to invest in nuisance-creating agricultural operations that are protected from legal liability and located as far as possible from their own homes and shores. This isn't just anti-Nebraskan, that's anti-American. More than 2/3 of Nebraskans live outside the Omaha and Lincoln metropolitan areas or on the edges of those cities. And I urge you to consider the majority of your constituents in this state and reject LB 662. And since I have a little more time, I'd like to point out that as Ms. Coulterman testified earlier, it's meant to prevent frivolous lawsuits. And I believe Senator Ballard mentioned this too. But it's worded to prevent all lawsuits, okay? The word frivolous isn't even in the bill. So if a lawsuit is frivolous, then, you know, it's going to be thrown out by the court. This is doing exactly the opposite. And I don't think that's good for Nebraska. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Hello, my name is, I'm against it. My name is Marina, Marina, Barrett, Barrett. I've lived at my acreage at 12501 Westwood Struck in Lancaster County for 22 years. I reside 0.6 miles from the recently constructed chicken broiler grown building in Lancaster County. These broiler buildings will produce birds for Lincoln Premium Poultry and Costco. These barns are very long and they can be seen a mile away. They're a sore eye from the roads. Many homeowners nearby are presented and have established property rights before Randy Essink purchased adjacent property for the sole purpose of building the poultry CAFOs. In fact, Randy Essink lived in Gage County and lived on an acreage. However, Gage County protected their residents by not allowing the CAFOs 1.5 miles within a home. This is why Randy Essink is in Lancaster counties, because at the time there were no setback laws. Lancaster Hills Alliance is the group that stopped, actually put into law and fought for setback laws, for which we have now. And this is a good example showing when the liberalized laws for CAFOs can expect more CAFOs in our community. This LB 662 tramples and suppresses my property rights and the property rights of other owners within a 2-mile radius. This legislation gives this newly arrived property owner the ability to modify the existing conditions. As a result, will impact each of our daily lives. The odors, the dust, and the flies will significantly reduce the enjoyment of my property. The animal carcasses that will not be in a closed building will attract animals and flood the area. This CAFO facility will reduce my property value. Even the perception of the CAFOs near home dwellings reduce property values. However, the permit of the buildings were contentiously fought, and the permit was approved in 2019. The County Board of Commissioners opinion that the producers claim that the frequency of the objectability odor based on the UNL odor print tool should be allowed, and move forward based on the testimonies of the producers and Lincoln Premium Poultry, whose claims were that there would not be an impact to adjacent property owners. Obviously, the testimony was self-serving and in the personal and financial interests of the owners seeking permit approval. Now, my recourse is when these broiler producers begin the nuisance activity to take legal action and to stop the nuisance. But LB 662 would prevent me from doing that. I served 23 years in the Army as enlisted and then as an officer for this county. I then served for the Department of Veterans Affairs for veterans. And now I have to deal with the state in taking my right to protect my property that I own outright. Why should this newly arrived person, Randy Essen, and a newly acquired property have the rights over me that I was there first? There's people there that's been there 30 years or even 40 years. This makes no sense. But LB 662 would do exactly that. It would prevent me, the longstanding citizen, from taking legal action to stop Randy Essex from polluting the environment and causing a nuisance to me and the property owners in the area. LB 662 has the goal to refer to me as the nuisance when Randy Essence is a Gage County resident to move into my neighborhood, build barns, who'll grow birds. Then who is really the nuisance? The poorly behaving neighborhood that creates the odor, the flies, the dust, and the carcasses? It's not us, it's them. I only have one question for you guys to think about. Is why would you need LB 662 in my situation unless there are issues with the CAFOs moving too close to people? You wouldn't need this law if there were no issues. And I have a picture of, on the back of it, of where the barns are. And I just wanted to say that Jessica Coulterman had sat here in front of you saying that they wanted you to have trees to cover it. You see any trees covering it? You don't. And at the Lancaster commissions that we were at, 2 of them, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. She flat out said she drove out there to this site and said all the trees are going to cover the buildings. You don't see any trees covering the buildings at all. And
There likely may be questions, but we have the time.
I'm sorry. I just want you to put your shoes in our place, that if you own a house, how would you like it?
Okay, the questions from the committee. Senator Reapy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. The question that I have is, at the time, you say you live 1.6 miles down from the chicken house, if you will. Did you formally resist the chicken ban at that time when you had the opportunity to resist it? And if so, what was the outcome of that? I mean, did you take legal action or did you file anything or?
Oh, we fought down at the court.
Unsuccessfully, evidently?
Oh, yeah, we fought at the court, at the county, and they still built the barns.
So they listened to your comment and then went ahead anyway?
Yeah, Lancaster Hills Alliance was established, and Jessica Coulterman just sat in front of you today and said that everybody was notified in the area when not one person was notified. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. I'm a black and white person, and I'm an honest person. If you're gonna notify me, notify me. And every one of the neighbors said, were you notified? Where's the piece of paper? Nobody notified us. In fact, they notified us about the court date or, the hearing after it was supposed to be, and then they had to reschedule it because they didn't notify us.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reapy, any further questions? Cindy, thanks for your testimony. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. You've all had a long day, and I'll try to be brief as I can. Al Davis with the Independent Cattlemen of Nebraska and also with the Nebraska chapter of the Sierra Club. Here today to speak in opposition to this bill. First of all, I just want to say we had one proponent for this bill, and I don't know how many opponents we have, but it's overwhelming to me, the opposition to the bill. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration when we go forward from here. Ms. Svoboda made a reference to the phrase materially violated, which I tried to find a definition for and could never find it. I hate legislation that's vague, because vague legislation always ends up resulting in court situations. And so, you know, if this bill is going to go anywhere, that needs to be straightened out. So this bill, it causes further erosion in local control by greatly diminishing the rights of neighboring landowners when a concentrated agricultural feeding operation, or CAFO, is established. LB 662 is an attempt by the proponents of the bill to radically change the actions taken in 2019, only a few years ago, when current standards were put in place, essentially revoking compromises made at the time and cutting in half the protections that neighbors have to protect themselves from CAFOs and their associated problems. Ironically, this bill is called the Right to Farm Bill. But the language in the bill strikes the word farm entirely and inserts the phrase agricultural operation. So I said, to me, that puts the light of the operators calling themselves farmers. This follows on efforts in 2015 when I was sitting in your chairs, when entities came in and tried to impose a matrix on the state to take away all the decision-making by local officials and impose this from the top. And this was all presented in an argument. We have to do these things in order to get agriculture, big agriculture into our state. So that was a long drawn out process, and it became a voluntary matrix. So then some years later, we had another assault on this. Now here we are back again. It looks to me like it's profit at the expense of everything else, led by an out-of-state entity like Costco. Basically, they don't live in Nebraska. Most of the barns are owned by someone else. So LB 662 also has a significant impact on cities, villages, natural resource districts, and state parks, as well as local businesses and neighboring farms and ranches if fully implemented. So just think about that. If someone put a CAFO, and this bill was passed, within half a mile of, or 3/4 of a mile away from Mahoney State Park, and it was a big one, and a lot of odor went through, there was nothing the state could do about that. It's just something I think you should think about. Odors can permeate as far away as 7 miles with a common distance of 3 miles, according to an Ohio study by the National Association of the Local Board of Health. A powerful stench will drive away visitors and make living close to a CAFO a very unpleasant experience, and you can ask anyone who's done so. Ask the residents of Meade how they felt about the stench associated with the Alden ethanol plant, which is 2 miles away from the village. You heard about how the bill diminishes the rights of minority property owners. I think that's a huge concern. The example I used in my testimony was, a farm that's owned by 3 different individuals. One of them lives in the house and the other 2 don't. So they can't sue. They have no rights. So let me be pretty clear about the Independent Cattlemen of Nebraska role here. We are firm believers in property rights. They strongly believe in rules and regulations which compromise their ability to use their land as they see fit. However, ICON members also believe that CAFOs make a significant change in how a farm or ranch is traditionally operated and can impose odor, insect dust, and traffic on formerly pristine neighboring properties. So we think that the rules that are in place are sufficient today. CAFOs also contribute to groundwater contamination. I see I'm out of time, so I'll just wrap it up and just say that this bill takes all the power away from the individual and puts all the power into the hands of these CAFOs. It's very expensive to sue and almost impossible. Thank you, Senators, for your time. I appreciate your listening very closely.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Winston, Kenneth, Winston. and I'm appearing on behalf of the Bold Alliance in opposition to LB 662. Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agricultural Committee. The Bold Alliance works to protect land, air, and water from pollution, as well as protecting fundamental American rights to own property. We work with farmers and ranchers to protect their property rights. We support the protection of private property rights guaranteed by the constitutions of the United States and the state of Nebraska. One of the main reasons we're opposed to LB 662 is, as Mr. Urbom indicated, it's already very difficult to file a lawsuit, to win a lawsuit based upon nuisance. In order to win a lawsuit based on nuisance, you need to prove unreasonable interference with their quality of life. Here's some examples why we're concerned about LB 662. It creates substantial barriers to the filing of a claim. You can't even get into court based upon LB 662 against a business or other operation that's causing unreasonable interference with a person's quality of life. First of all, prevent claims that would be made by anybody who lives more than 1/2 mile from the operation, even though things like odors, insects, and dust can travel far more than 1/2 mile. As Mr. Davis indicated, odors often travel 3, 4, 5, 7 miles, or up to 7 miles, and can be very unpleasant. Secondly, preventing claims from anyone who isn't a majority owner, preventing tenants and minority owners from protecting their interests. Third, preventing claims that the operation hasn't been found in violation of laws or regulations. And as was previously indicated, that's a very nebulous standard, and they use the term material violation. And what is a material violation? It would have to be proved in court. Probably could be found unconstitutionally void for vagueness. And the other thing about that is that there's some of the things that can be a basis for a nuisance lawsuit are not subject to regulation. There are no regulations about odor, or in many of the other issues, there aren't specific regulations related to things like insects, the number of flies that might be found on your property. So here's some specific examples of how it could cause harm. Well, there's imagine rural businesses which depend upon attracting people to outdoor activities, such as farm wineries, or, one of my favorite summer activities is going out to a farm winery on a Friday evening and listening to some music. And I don't think I'd want to do that if the place was overwhelmed with the stench. And I think that would probably put farm winery out of business if they couldn't attract people to their operation, or if a person had agritourism on their property. So that would make it hard to protect their interests from unreasonable interference. Then, as Mr. Davis said, public entities that have outdoor activities. Imagine going to a football game on a Friday night and being overwhelmed with the stench of a nearby activity. That would be the kind of thing that would make you not want to go to that football game. But the school couldn't file a lawsuit based upon this bill. And then I guess I also want to mention that there's probably some issues as to whether LB 662 is unconstitutional because it prevents access to the courts. There's a provision, Article 1, Section 13 of the Nebraska Constitution, that says people have a right to go to court. And then finally, it also prevents, it probably violates property owners' rights to due process. If it reduced their property values, it would probably result in what's called a taking in violation of the United States Constitution and the Nebraska Constitution. So for these reasons, Bold Alliance would respectfully request that LB 662 be indefinitely postponed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Questions? Senator Reapy?
Thank you, Chairman. In another committee, we were looking and talking about workers' comp and coverage for mental stress. And my question would be is, would the claim for mental stress or mental illness be a potential claim that someone would, it's not a nuisance, but they could claim that it's caused them mental illness?
Well, as I believe Mr. Urbom talked about this earlier, but it's my understanding that the standard requires actual physical, you have to be physically impacted in order to be successful with a claim. Now, the physical impact could be the fact that you feel ill or nauseated by the smell, or the fact that there are flies. I recall a nuisance lawsuit where and specifically the issue was the fact that the entire house that the person lived in was covered, the exterior was covered with flies. And they described the number of flies per square inch on the exterior of the house. Now, if it was a mental issue that was so severe that it caused physical harm, so the person became physically ill, then I imagine there could be compensation. But according to my understanding, it requires a physical impact.
My reason for saying that is there was recently a story out in Virginia where parents whose children were aware of the school violence, and they were saying that they have just cause for legal action. So we're moving off into a new arena, more unknown than physical health. It's basically mental health.
Well, not in Nebraska law, it's my understanding, unless there's a physical impact, that the person would not.
I know, I'm just saying that there's legislation that's trying to come through that's talking about moving that from physical to include mental.
Yeah, yes, and I appreciate what
In
you're saying.
workers' comp only right now, but that's like a virus that can go from there to something else. So thank you very much.
Yes, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but just this would go the other way. This would prevent people from getting on the court to make claims.
Okay,
So
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Edison McDonald, Edison McDonald, representing GC Resolve. We work with family farmers who are in transition. We work with communities to really ensure they can most enjoy the good life. I don't want to repeat too many of the points that we've heard today, but our opposition is grounded in a number of those concerns. I think, really ensuring that we are protecting real Nebraskans and real Nebraska family farms. We heard it over and over again. Folks who have lived in Nebraska for a long time who are concerned about what the impact on them is going to be. We talked about earlier also, we've gone through this. We had LB 227. We have had so many individual county planning and zoning meetings and county board meetings where each individual community has created something that really fits them. It fits their concerns, it fits the people in that community. And if we were to go and pursue this, we'd really just be undercutting all of those agreements we've previously had. So I want to talk about the key pieces of the bill and think about it as if I was some out-of-state entity that did want to go and stop a farm. So if you shift from 2-year statute of limitations to a 1-year statute of limitations, that doesn't really help. That doesn't really change if you're a big out-of-state entity. You're going to have more resources to be able to move more quickly. The second piece is the half-mile limit. Ultimately, we heard today folks who were 0.6 of a mile, real Nebraskans who would be impacted. If I was an out-of-state big entity, I would go and say, let's figure out if I could buy some land within a half-mile circle. That seems kind of a wasteful idea. The third piece is the 50% ownership, which Senator Ballard did acknowledge some issues with. And I just think about all those farmers out there and family farms like mine, where I'll be the managing partner, but because of my sisters, I wouldn't have 50% plus ownership. So I wouldn't be able to pursue a claim. So instead, I want to have us focus on kind of some positive solutions and really focus on building tools like buffer strips, cover cropping, and creating a working runoff model to add to the matrix. As you see in the study that I've handed out, you can see both our research that has gone and recorded a number of issues, especially in those nitrates and in those significantly raising levels. And I just want to read real quick. I think part of the concern here is, looking at what if you could what if you did have nitrate issues? Well, within our 2-year statute of limitations, we don't have enough time to be able to actually assess this. This has taken 5 years of gathering data. And what we've gotten is that we've found that 80% of samples handled throughout the sample pool in eastern Nebraska had nitrate levels significantly above the EPA safe level. And the second piece that I wanted to read, for most of the study period, pathogens associated with poultry litter, Campylobacter, and Salmonella were absent. Importantly, the number of positive identifications from the most recent testing season doubled the total amount discovered throughout the entire course of the study, and also aligned with the highest levels of phosphorus during the same period, which together suggests a poultry-based addition. By this most recent season, Costco grow barns had been operational for over 2 years, which was the time lapse estimated before initial field applications began. Thus, it appears evident that the increased levels of nutrients and pathogens may be attributed to the Costco project. With that, I've got a red light, so I will take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Are there additional testimony in opposition to LB 662? Anyone neutral capacity on LB 662?
Senator. Anthony Schutz, ANTHONY SCHUTZ. I'm a law professor at the University of Nebraska. I am here in my personal capacity, not representing the university, any views or mine alone, although informed by my expertise. I've been teaching agricultural law and land use law for about 16 years at the law school. The first article I ever wrote was about the right to farm statutes and the changes that we made. This has about a 50-year history associated with it. The statutes that are under amendment are actually not the first statutes that we wrote on the right to farm law. We wrote another set of statutes that deals with basically that coming to the nuisance problem, right? That's really what precipitated most of the work in this area. Somebody moving to an area that was agricultural, not really knowing what they were getting into, and then suing to try to shut down an agricultural operation. It was predicated by an individual case, which much of this legislation is, where somebody got out of sorts with a feeder that lived next to them in, I think it was Custer County, but I could be wrong on that. In any event, that dispute wound up in the legislature. We reacted with a set of statutes, and then that statute was basically displaced by another set of statutes, which are the ones that are under amendment. I was here in 2019 testifying at length and working at length with folks on the floor dealing with changes to the statutory text, the different issues that come up whenever we try to deploy this sort of thing, and basically generally educating the public about what it is that nuisance action does, what it is it doesn't do, and how it sort of dovetails with land use regulation and serves an important role in the land use realm. So that's kind of what I know. I could talk a little bit about what I've heard. I think you've had sort of great testimony, sort of explaining basically every perspective that you could have on this. There was a baby, there was a preacher, there were rural residents. I mean, you've had a little bit of everything. I'd be happy to shed any light on questions that you have as a result. I do think that there's two things that I didn't see any testimony on today that I think might be important. One piece of the legislation shields operations from nuisance liability when they change their use. So that change in use provision that's in the legislation, that one is actually really important because a change in use, a change in type of agricultural operation could be from cropland or pasture land to a very large feeder or a chicken barn or something along those lines. And that change in use under the text of this legislation can't be used as a reason for establishing nuisance liability. And I don't know what that means. I think it may mean that you just really can't complain if you're living in a rural area and somebody comes in and puts 10,000 head of fat hogs next to you with a lagoon and all of that. So if that's what it means, if it means those people, even if they live within a half a mile, even if they can establish a material violation of a zoning law. If it means they still can't sue, then I think that piece of the legislation probably goes a little bit too far. The other thing that I'd like to mention is all of the regulatory work, all of the land use work that we do in trying to figure out where these things should be on a rural landscape is all done sort of ex ante, right? In almost all instances. We think that this is going to work here. We think that it isn't going to harm the neighbors given the conditions that are applied to it. Nuisance law deals with the ex post problem, which is what if you're wrong, right? What if you don't think it? What if it does have an adverse effect on the neighbor, so much so that they can't live in their home anymore? What do you do then? They're in compliance with all the regulations that you thought were going to protect them, but they didn't. And so the nuisance action fills that gap, right? It deals with that ex post problem. Taking it away makes things difficult. So with that, my red light's on. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I know I'm probably the last one, so.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I'm sorry. Sarah, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're the expert I've been waiting for.
So that was one of my former students who was here.
Oh, very good.
Before.
Can you just speak to the zoning piece?
Sure.
How zoning laws established in each county, setbacks, that type of thing.
Sure.
Can you just give us your short dissertation on how zoning laws would apply here?
So we have a statute that allows counties to zone agricultural land, and that is unique to Nebraska. A lot of states that have very strong right to farm policies don't have the ability to zone agricultural land. Iowa, for example, is like that. In Nebraska, we can zone agricultural land, and those zoning statutes were written under that Enabling Act. In the early 1990s and mid 1990s, as the hog industry was moving toward consolidation and a more industrialized model, there were a lot of folks that were really upset about that, right? On my folks' farm, which is in Gosper County, which is in your district. Folks reacted with a lot of zoning, right? And so we have a lot of zoning statutes or zoning ordinances at the county level that were written in that era. I have a database that actually includes all of the county zoning statutes that we could come up with. And we have a GIS map that sort of gives people access to those sorts of things. Many of those statutes haven't been updated. Many counties don't have the capacity to maintain a robust comprehensive plan and amend their statutes and monitor them and enforce them and all of that. So there is county zoning. The county zoning in many places in the state is getting outdated. We have more unzoned counties now than we have had, I think, in the past. There's not very many of them, though, just a handful. And so there is zoning on the ground. There are ordinances that are in place. The extent to which they're robust and very protective of neighbors, though, is kind of a difficult question, right? In some instances, they're pretty good. In other instances, they're pretty wide open. Lancaster County, for example, was very wide open until Lincoln Premium Poultry placed 2 barns in southwestern Lancaster County. And you heard testimony on that. The result was for them to take a look at their zoning, actually tighten it up a little bit so that they could do more oversight. Those barns were actually, their conditional use permit or special use permit was issued under the old zoning ordinance that didn't have much of a check in it. So, the infiltration or construction, I guess, of these sorts of facilities actually can drive some improvement in zoning. But the way it stands now, I wouldn't say zoning is well suited to avoiding all of the problems that can arise on a rural landscape. And in fact, even in Lincoln, for example, where we have really strong zoning, we still see some nuisance actions among neighbors, right? Because you just can't anticipate everything when you're writing a zoning code. It's also the case that there is law from the Nebraska Supreme Court that says you can't zone with only the interests of neighbors in mind, right? So there has to be a public sort of purpose or point to your zoning and your administration of it, which can cause some cracks, right? Some instances in which your use of a special use permit doesn't adequately protect the land uses among neighbors. And so nuisance law acts as a backstop, right? As a gap filler in those instances in which it's necessary. So that's kind of zoning in a nutshell. We've got a lot of it in the state, but some of it's not very good. Some of it's getting really old, and there's definitely work to be done. The absence of nuisance actions places more pressure on that county zoning scheme. And so one thing to ask is whether it's up to snuff, right? Whether it can handle it. And then two, whether it's got the capacity to continue to do that down the road. And our experience has been there was a lot of energy to get county zoning, and then the capacity waned. So it's a long answer to a pretty simple
Nope, that was a very neutral, so far you've been very neutral, and I appreciate that. It's kind of a textbook neutral testimony. Any further questions from the committee? Okay.
I would like to offer just one thought on the pollution, if I could. So there's been some talk about nitrate pollution and the extent to which a nuisance action is sort of related to that. The nuisance action has both a private dynamic, which is between neighbors, but also there's the public nuisance sort of claim that's out there. The public nuisance claim has been used in environmental harm cases to try to force a duty on folks that historically, or I'm sorry, try to force some liability on folks that don't have many very strong restraints on them. So it does have like a slice of environmentalism use, the public nuisance action. Whether it could be used for nitrate contamination is a difficult question. The problem with nitrate contamination is it's very often a legacy problem. The land applications that cause the contamination that at least potentially harms children, that land use application may have been 30 or 40 years ago. Then it infiltrates the vadose zone, makes its way to the aquifer, and then ultimately it's consumed. Nuisance law isn't built for that kind of a long-term problem, right? Because it's about harms that are existing between individuals at a particular point in time. So nuisance actions aren't really a great way of remedying nitrate contamination in many parts of this state. So I don't know that taking away the nuisance action is necessarily going to mean we can't find some way of remedying nitrate contamination, but it could be helpful. The nuisance litigation could be helpful in places where you've got a more direct cause and effect relationship between sort of present land applications and existing contamination and harm. But it's a difficult claim to make, very difficult.
Well, we got Cliff Notes version here in a short while of the semester course. It was very good. Thank you. Fantastic.
I do have an article on the 2019 legislation and the sort of story of it and the role of nuisance lawsuits in relation to land use. I didn't bring a copy of it, and I apologize. If you Google Schutz nuisance liability, it'll come up. It's with the Nebraska Law Review, and it may be helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any additional neutral? Okay, with that, I will call this hearing for LB 66, excuse me, Senator Ballard. Premature. We have online comments, proponents 2, opponents 24, neutral 0 for LB 623.
Thank you, committee. Thank you for spending your Valentine's Day evening with me. I know it's been a long week for many of you on this committee already, so I appreciate it. So I just want to make 3 points. If I last longer than 90 seconds, Chairman, you can take me out. So I think Senator Rabel hit the nail on the head. This is just a preventative measure. We have seen these lawsuits in North Carolina, Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, Kansas, Oregon, and even Hawaii. These are on the horizon, and Nebraska just needs to tailor the right to farm to prevent these frivolous lawsuits. And as we all know on this committee, ag is our #1 economic driver, and I think we need to protect it. And number 2, the vast majority, I agree with the majority of the concerns of the opponents, but the vast majority of their concerns revolve around local ordinances, such as setbacks, permitting, and zoning. And as I mentioned in my opening of LB 662, I have not taken those at all. And second point, I think it's also important to note that these are not corporate farms we're talking about. These are local farms that are owned and operated by small farmers, just like the ones in my district. And then finally, I am willing to work with the stakeholders on tightening some of these languages, such as setbacks and the radius that can file complaints. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions, but I know that many of you have many things to do with your evening, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, closing questions, Senator Hansen?
I didn't see it in the letters in opposition. Did NACO come out opposed to this? The Nebraska Association of County Officials?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. That draws a conclusion to LB 662. If we could clear the room, I'd like to have an exec meeting with the committee.